This conference will now be recorded.
Call this meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Speak into the mic.
I call this meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning to all. The regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors of the Sun and Lake Sebring Improvement District is scheduled for, well, that's Friday, April 2nd. I apologize for that. The next regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors will take place Friday, May 6th, 2022 at 9 a.m. at the Community Center, 3500 Edgewater Drive, Sebring, Florida. Please silence and turn off your cell phone. We are going to start with the consent agenda. And before we do, I just want to make comments on our last meeting. There was a problem with our systems. So the minutes that you saw on the website were at best a recollection of what we thought happened at the meeting. We didn't have the actual audio tape. So I apologize for that. We think we have fixed the problem, and going forward, we should be fine. Okay, A, summary minutes of the Board of Supervisors regular meeting held April 1st, 2022. Do I have a,
Motion to approve.
motion to approve? Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any comments from the board? Any public comments? Do we have a vote, please? Deb?
Supervisor Phillips,
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin,
Yes.
and President Brooks.
Yes. B, February Treasurers Report. the explanations that were challenged last meeting on pages 21 and 23. I assume everybody has gotten those. Does anybody have any other questions on that, or have they all been answered from the board?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any public comments? Any public comments? Okay, we have a vote.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin,
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips.
Yes.
President Brooks.
Yes. February golf financial reports. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Anybody from the board have any comments on that? If you guys noticed, it is the new form. We made the changes that I talked about last time, so we actually have a total operating income line, and then we added in the capital. So we now have a line that shows actually everything, with the exception of the major capitals, which would be something like the irrigation system. So the normal capital is now included, and obviously all the numbers have changed accordingly.
I don't know, for whatever reason, mine's got all kinds of blue tint on it, which made it very difficult for me to read. I don't. Yours the same?
Yeah, well, mine was, but I had another copy.
Is there any reason why these are coming out like this?
Just as the color from the copier.
It was, I mean, the copy that I got,
Small size of the print, I find it very difficult.
yeah, we have to be careful. The copy I got in the book, I had gotten a copy earlier, but the copy I got in the book was blue tinted, and it does make it a little difficult to read, so. I do have a question, Michael, if I may, on your numbers. There was a number that kind of stood out to me that got a little bit concerning, the food and beverage cost of goods sold, or cost of sales, excuse me, was extremely high. It's the first time that's happened. It was 68,847 on revenues of 162,000. That percentage seems to be a lot out of whack compared to the first 4 or 5 months of the year, excuse me. So my question to you is this something that's reflective of everything we're hearing about inflation, or is just an odd month?
Good morning. In my opinion, I think it's just a little bit of an odd month. Obviously, sales were up slightly, so the COGS should be up slightly, but I think you're definitely correct on the percentage being slightly high. I would say there might have been an invoice that fell in the wrong month, so I think there should be a correction there. So it should level itself back out. I wouldn't pertain that to inflation. I mean, we try to navigate through that with the price of what we're selling. So it is a valid point there, but I am not concerned about it.
What?
We just finalized March yesterday. It came in at 32.8%, so it lowered it down. We are operating for cost of sales at 36.8% for the year in March on a 35.8% budget. So we're about a point high. So yes, it did reverse out in March.
Okay, good.
As long as you got, what were your sales compared to?
In March,
Yeah.
F&B revenue was 176,000. Budget was 158,000, so about $18,000 above. Prior year was 131,000.
Cost of goods?
Cost of goods was $58,000 or 32.8%.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that's 10,000 lower than it was,
Yeah.
so that's a big difference.
But an 18,000 increase or significant increase on revenue.
So we'll just call it an odd month and that it's corrected itself going forward. Any other comments on specifics in the report from the board? I do have one other question. I was just curious, what is Sunbelt Rentals? Because I saw a payment here of almost $1,500. What are we renting?
So the Sunbelt Rentals was back when we rented the lift for the trees and then the chipper. We had a little discrepancy with some of the invoices with the chipper. They billed us extra. So once we sorted that out, we did have an invoice left to pay. So that 1,500, that's from the chipper from December.
Okay.
So it just fell later in the year. It was kind of too late to accrue it. But it was because they had invoiced us for too much. So we had to sort out our account with them. And then that's what the balance was.
Okay, wait a minute. I got two other ones I'm just curious about. Easy Go, that's golf carts, right?
The Easy Go golf cart lease, that would be the extra 10.
Because it was $1,800 check written to them.
Right. So we're talking back in February. So that we pay $1,000 a month for those cards plus transportation. So they get here in January. They invoice us for the carts and the transportation of it, and the check
Oh,
would
these are
go.
those extra 10 carts that we use?
Correct.
We're done with that now, right? Haven't we
They left last week.
left last week?
Yep.
Okay, then one other one, Precision Small Engine Company.
Okay.
That was over $2,000. What was that?
Usually, and Jimmy can probably break it down a little more, but that's typically repair, equipment repair. Correct?
Good morning. So Precision is what's called a supermarket. It's kind of like they do engine repair parts for us. They do golf cart repairs for us. Whatever we need, they have parts. So whatever that particular item, we buy the target rings from them. We buy the cup liners from them, cups as well. They're the par 8 and standard suppliers. So I'd have to look at the actual thing in order to do it.
Okay, I was just curious. I didn't recognize the name. That's all I have. Anybody else on the board have anything for him? Any public comments?
The only thing, when you guys come up to the mic, you should be identifying yourself. Seeing as how we're trying to get this on record.
Supervisor Gilpin,
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips,
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
President Brooks.
Yes. All right, this is, now it's public comment for anything not related to what we're going to discuss still yet today. Does anybody have any public comments they would like to make at this point? All right, let's move on. Scott Corrick.
Scott Kerouac, Collins County Commissioner, District 3. Good morning, supervisors and staff. A couple of things to report to you this morning. Received from Chris, your general manager, an email a few weeks ago containing the resolution that you folks adopted for the paving of Schumacher Road. Staff is working on that. Before that would appear on our agenda, they've got to do their due diligence to put in a board packet for the board to decide on the fiscal impact. I've got staff researching a couple cost scenarios on Schumacher Road. I want them to look at paving it just to Cortez. Of course, the agreement would be if we're doing that, you folks would be extending Cortez. You've asked us to pave Schumacher Road. I know the county's desire was to pave the entire length of Schumacher Road, which of course brings extra expense if we go past Cortez. And their theory for that is that would eliminate the requirement to grade any of Schumacher Road if it was paved all the way to the end, and it would end that maintenance cost of Schumacher. But of course, there's additional costs for each foot of road that you pave. And I know that you folks know that that road is going to have to be re-engineered and shifted a little bit to the north, some drainage work done along there. So we're looking at that. That is work in progress. Okay, so I want you to know that is on my radar. It's on my priority list when I meet with the administrator. The second thing that Chris had submitted to us was some projects that you folks had out here that you were looking for some ARPA, American Rescue Plan funding that the county received. And there was a list of 10 items on there that totaled $1,511,100. Okay. Recently, this week's board meeting, We've had some more money come available in the ARPA plan due to Spring Lake. They were allocated initially last year through the process of allocation of the funds that the county received for some broadband expansion out there. And that got the attention of Comcast and Xfinity. And through those efforts, Comcast has come in and they are going to provide all the cabling and installation. So that has freed up some money that was earmarked for that Spring Lake broadband expansion. With that being said, the first 9 items on your list total $561,000. The last item is a $950,000 item for some stormwater drainage work towards the back of your community, towards the preserve. Staff has expressed a desire. Spring Lake has freed up about $1.2 million. They were first allocated $1.25 million for their broadband expansion. They did incur some cost on some studies and some engineering out there, which they are asking for about $30,000 to $40,000 of that funding to be able to be reimbursed for those expenses, since they've got Comcast to foot the big part of that bill. So that is freed up $1.2 million for future allocations. It's my goal and my intention to, I have met with the county administrator on that, and I'm going to request for this to be put in front of the board as soon as we can to fund the first 9 projects that you have out here that would total $561,000. Of course, we don't have funding to do the $1.5 million plus. And staff has shown, the administration has shown some desire to, some of these projects due to the inflation that we're all experiencing are running a little bit over budget. So they're wanting to not designate some of that funding that got freed up from Spring Lake to make sure that we've got enough to cover some of these costs on ongoing projects. So that is encouraging news for your district, and I will continue to keep you updated on that and push forward on that. So that is looking promising with the recent development of Spring Lake freeing up those funds. So we potentially can help you folks out with a little bit over $500,000 of these projects that you have, which is some improvements to some pumps and some new pumps and what have you with your utility system and what have you. So I have the list that Chris gave to me, and I'm sure that you folks have that also. The only other thing that I have, and question, I know last time I spoke with your staff that garbage or the recycling can pickup, the number was about 118. Does that number remain close to the same, or in that area, or is it more or less? Or
We got our final numbers in. We had them due yesterday,
Mhm.
and the final number that we have listed is 186.
186, okay. The administrator is going to get with Chris and work on how we will facilitate getting these picked up. Wanted to get you your feeling here on, I know with, as you know, in today's world and the problems with filling open positions, not only in the public, but the private sector also. We currently have over 50 positions available in the county that we're having trouble filling. And that doesn't carries over certainly Waste Connections, our solid waste provider. They're having some help issues also. So anything that you folks can do to help out in rounding up these cans, I don't know if the residents have the ability, or some of them may, some may not, would have the ability if we could get them to maybe bring them to your maintenance facility or something, and then we would come pick them up. We'd come get them all picked up. If there's residents that are unable to do that because of either physical limitations or don't have a vehicle or something that they can lay their can in their trunk, then we would try to address those addresses individually. But what I'm being told, one of the heavy lifts here would be that if we have to go to 186 homes individually, certainly is going to take some manpower and some time. So any cooperation or anything that the residents and staff here can assist the county and Waste Connections in getting those cans, I will commit to you, and my staff is committed, that they won't be laying in your maintenance facility for long. If you get, 60 or 80 of them turned in, we'll put on a trailer, we will get them picked up. If another wave of them comes in to get the 180 some odd cans picked up, we will do everything that we can do to work with your district and getting those cans picked up for you. That's about all I have. other than today, if you have any questions for me.
Well, the garbage can deal, I think we can certainly come to an agreement on a location that'll work for you guys. I think what's more importantly first is for you guys to work out a date
Okay,
so that we can work it backwards and say you must have the cans here by such and such
Okay,
date. Give
sure.
the people notice.
I'll have our county administrator get with Chris and
Yeah.
they can start working on that so you folks can get it out in your newsletter. And yeah, if you could create a common drop-off point for those cans,
I think we can.
then that would help out a bunch.
I think we can, and I appreciate the fact that you guys are willing to do it.
Yeah,
So that's
yeah.
good.
And listen, I realize there may be some cases that you have some people that are physically not capable of moving that can, and if it is, give us that information and we'll work through it. We'll
Let
figure
us
out a
see
way.
where we are. I mean, we may be able to go pick them up ourselves and bring them to the
Yeah,
location. So
like I said,
let's-
it's just everybody's having a hard time getting help these days, and certainly this is something that's a little bit extra, but we
So
will
I-
make sure that we see this through for the district. And my hope is, we meet every 2 weeks like you folks do, as far as the ARPA funding for the $561,000 worth of projects. That's probably going to be a few agendas away, but staff is aware of it and they're aware of my desires and your requests that you've made. So I'm cautiously optimistic on that, but I'm, like I said, I think we can move that forward.
Well, if you can make it happen, I'll tell you, we will be greatly appreciative.
Well, listen, you folks are in my district, anything that we can do to help you out, and everything that your general manager had presented, we'd spoke before on everything that we do with these funds that came from the federal government have to get risked on how the rating on how eligible they are, or whether the eligibility is questionable, and that money would have to be paid back after the audit. And every one of the projects that you folks submitted, every one of them scored a 1, which is the least risk. So it's
Scored a 10 on ours.
What's that?
It was a 10 on our list,
Yeah,
just so you know.
Yeah. So every one of them, every one of yours scored a 1 on all 10 requests. So that is the highest ranking that they can get as far as eligibility. So, I can't speak for the other commissioners. This will be a board decision. But as far as the risk factor, that's not a worry that the commission is going to have to worry about. So,
Again, thank you. Keep pushing Schumacher for us.
yeah, like I said, we're working on that. I have plans to get with the landowner to the south that I know, went to high school with him, because I know that he had some issues when this was talked about a few years ago. And I know Mr. Clark real well, so I plan on having lunch or going to meet with him to talk to him about this, because I'm sure once this pops up on the radar for him, that he's going to resurface. So I like to be a little bit proactive and less reactive on something like that. So I'll meet and talk with him about it and see what his concerns are. And, ultimately, I think one of his concerns is that, the extension of 635, County Road 635, coming back to the north, that would connect into Cougar Road here and eventually bring traffic across to alleviate some congestion out on the highway. I know that's one of his concerns. And maybe we can eliminate some of those concerns if we don't pave all the way down to the end of Schumacher, all the way to Blueberry. So that is some things that I'm going to speak with him about. I know if we do not pave the entire length of Schumacher, that still does not eliminate the maintenance concerns of grading the unpaved part. But if it's an easier way to find funding to complete this project and just get down to Cortez where you would be extending it, because that would accomplish what you folks are looking for, to create another entrance into your community, and may also alleviate some of the property owners' concerns to the south, that it's going to create more traffic all the way down to the end of his road to Blueberry Lane, because it wouldn't be paved. So, a lot of people don't like driving a dirt road. So there's really no need, I think, for community members that are coming in here. They would have no need to go past Cortez. The whole idea is to get them to come in on Schumacher and turn to Cortez and have a south entrance into your community. So I'm hoping maybe I can speak with him. That would eliminate some of his concerns, and we can look on moving this forward. And we're in our budget cycle right now, working on our budget for next year. So staff is working on some numbers for me, so we can see about maybe including some money in the budget for that. So I'll have more to report.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
Any questions from you guys for Scott?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to run along, and certainly Chris and you folks know how to get in touch with me. If you need anything, please feel free to reach out. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Take care. Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to move on to the action agenda. As soon as the other meeting's done. You guys done? Just clarifying a point.
Yeah.
Okay, action agenda. A, notice a qualifying period for candidates for the Board of Supervisors General Election, 2 seats. That would be Chris.
Need the motion to discuss?
Oh, motion to discuss?
So moved.
Second.
Now it's Chris.
Okay. And this is really a requirement for the election coming up, and we do have 2 open seats for the November election. And this is a resolution asking for the board's approval just to move forward, provide the candidate seats that are open to the supervisor elections, and then we can get the information out to any potential candidates to register in time to run in that election. And the qualifying period is pretty short, so we'll have to do a good job of getting the word out.
The qualifying period is very short. It's June 13th through June 17th,
Yep.
which is
Coming up.
short.
But yeah, we're trying to get in front of it, and we do have to make a couple changes to this resolution. We have chapter 190 in there. It's really 189, or it's really the county ordinance that provides that, but there's a couple of Scrivener's errors in there, but otherwise it's ready to go.
I can't remember in the past, how did we do anything special to tell the community, or how do we work that? I don't remember, to be honest. You remember, Mike?
I know we had a candidates night. That's the only thing I know on this, on the other
That was
election.
once they got in.
Yes.
Once they-
But we'll do full blast, yeah. We'll also put up notices at our office, over at the golf club and the restaurant.
Yeah.
We'll send notices to the HOAs and, any groups out there, and, make sure they.
Is it possible, Ariel, to put an extra piece of paper into our billings with the newsletters announcing that this election's coming up? Is that a possibility?
Yes, as long as we have that in enough time, we can send it to the printer. What happens is when we have an insert, the mailing machine that we have doesn't allow us to automatically put that in, so we have to hand stuff that piece of paper into each of the newsletters. So can we? Yes, but we would just need to know in plenty of time so that we can.
I would think it'd be the right way to go, as opposed to just including it in the newsletter, to have a separate piece of paper that explains that we have this election coming up.
Okay.
And if anybody's interested, this is how they proceed.
Okay.
So I would think if we can do that, that would be a good thing. You guys think?
Yeah.
In addition to the other things.
What's the cost of a special meeting?
That's something I was going to recommend. I can look into that. I'm not sure off the top of my head for, just kind of a very simple mailing, like you can just send the paper, basically. I'll look and see what the cost of that would be, as opposed to doing that in the newsletter, if there would be a cost differentiation.
Yeah, because the important information is the qualifying period, because if there's only 2, we have 2 open seats, and if there's only 2 qualifiers, then there's not an election, because those 2 people are automatically, will be automatically elected. Once the qualifying period ends,
right,
if there's only 2 people that have qualified, then there is not an election. So we don't have to actually go through the election process, because there's only 2 qualified candidates, and so they would get seated. So the important thing is people need to know that if they want to, if they want to have the opportunity, they need to be within that qualifying period. So that's what I'm saying is the important date is the qualifying period,
right,
not the election.
Right. I understand that. Because, well, the election's in November and they don't take the seats until when? Theoretically till January, right? I would agree with Craig. I think if we do a special mailing on this, that would be the way to go.
See what it costs. Can't be very cost.
It can't be. And a lot of times, even sending a postcard Postcards are very inexpensive to send as well. They're,
As long as we
postage is less.
notify them all in a
Okay.
proper manner.
And when are these needing to go out? Do you have like a time frame
Well,
for
I mean,
that?
you're talking June 13th is the kickoff date for
yesterday.
registration, so it's got to go out
Okay.
next month, early. I would go out as early in
Yeah,
May
as soon
as
as
possible.
possible. Yeah, as soon as possible.
I mean, a lot of people think November election, they don't think June registration or June sign up. That's the situation we're going to run into. So you got to really make it on this piece, stress the June big print, however you want to do it. I'll let you and Chris decide on how that goes and get it out. If it's only a couple of bucks, I do it. You don't even, I don't want to come back to the board and have to have another conversation on it,
Deal.
unless it's absolutely necessary.
I think we can handle it.
Any other questions on this from the board? Anything from the public? Okay, let's move on. Proper emergency stand for generator. This is a
Vote.
I'm sorry?
You have to vote.
Call the vote.
We gotta call the vote.
Oh, I have to vote on this? I'm sorry. May we have a vote?
Supervisor Gilpin,
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips,
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
President Brooks.
Yes. Next is the proper emergency stand for generator. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second. This is a follow-up to the conversation we had at the last meeting, and the challenge, I believe, was on the size of the fuel tanks. So Chris, what do you got?
I think people are just looking at it because we had 2 generators we were approving for that. And the quotes we had in the 25 kW generators were all quoted at the 100-gallon fuel tank because they just don't use that much fuel. The larger 65 were all at 200-gallon fuel tanks. So it was all quoted the same. And it's really the reason for the 100 versus 200 is just the smaller size of the generator, and it doesn't use that much fuel.
So your recommendation is to stay with the smaller size generator?
Yes, sir. Our recommendation is we had one large and one small generator in that request, and that was approved. There were just some people were looking at it. Why is this a 200-gallon tank and a 100-gallon tank? And it really had to do with the size of the generator. And all the 65s were 200 gallons. All the 25s were 100 gallons on the quote.
Any questions from the board? Any public questions, comments? So I assume now the vote is to approve the purchase of a 100-gallon tank generator. Is that correct?
It would be to, and it was really a question at the last board meeting, and it's approving the 65 kW generator and the 25 kW generator.
Generators.
Yeah,
I thought it was one. Two?
Two.
Yeah.
Two. Approve 2 of them.
165, 125
Right.
kW.
And the total cost of that is
Around roughly 46,
how much?
roughly 46.
46,000 for the both of them?
Right.
Okay, that's right. I got it. All right, we have a vote?
Supervisor Phillips,
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick, Supervisor Gilpin,
Yes.
President Brooks.
Yes. Website development. I have a motion.
Motion to discuss.
Second.
Second.
Website development, Chris.
Sure. And we talked with 3 vendors looking at redeveloping the district's website, and came down to 2 we considered and brought into the office and had conversations with. And one was a local firm, Get Fish Slapped. We always like to try and work with local firms if we can. The other one's a national firm, Revise, and they specialize in government websites. They have 2,600 clients. And 17 in Florida, including City of Largo, City of St. Petersburg, but government websites is their business. And both vendors were in that $10,000 to $11,000 range to do the website. And our staff recommendation is to go with Revise because we're really looking for a government website. However, if we have any extra marketing dollars available, we are going to work with Fish Slapped on that look, because they're really specialists in marketing and image, where the guys are going to do a good job with the website, but we may want some things that step it up a notch. I mean, maybe we run a drone down a couple of the fairways and have that in our new website, or just some things with some real impact. But
Let's stick with fixing the website first, if
Oh,
we
yeah.
could. I would
And so
prefer
our
that.
recommendation is to go with revise and a contract not to exceed $11,100.
Any questions from the board? So my question would be, for $11,000, what exactly are they going to do? They're going to take our existing websites and consolidate it and redesign it into one?
Well, into one, and also it'll auto update. Like right now, we don't have a lot of those sections linked. So when we change something on one side of the website, it doesn't go over and auto update if it's posted somewhere else. That's one thing that they do.
Right, but the goal is to have how many websites when this is done?
One.
One website for Center Lake that I will go into, and I will be able to maneuver and find out everything about Center Lake and the golf course and the restaurant and the district and all, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct. And we're looking at having drop-down scrolls for each of those entities so people can, depending on what they're looking at, golf, restaurant. And the big part of the front end work with us is we have to sit down and every single thing that we're going to put into that website, like the meeting minutes, golf specials, restaurant specials, formalize it, as a data element. Who's going to supply it? What's the date? And what happens to it? And then after that, what happens to it? To ensure that we have a whole list, and there'd probably be 150 things on there of data that comes in and when it comes in and when it gets posted, because that same information will go onto our website. It'll go onto our Facebook page. It'll be used to support the newsletter and also to feed the digital bulletin board out on 27, so we have a consistent message.
So once we get the one website built or up and running, how do we maintain it and who's going to maintain it?
Well, we have to, they obviously Revise offers support, but we're going to have to designate a staff person that has ownership of it. And I'm looking that over right now, how to take care of it, because that's one of the things that happened last time. Different people took charge of it and did something to it and then dropped it. So
There should be a designated person that everybody feeds the information to,
correct.
Right.
and then they take care of it on the website.
Yeah, and a whole log, like I said, that list of all those elements. Okay, May's done. Did we get it from golf? Do we have restaurant specials? Do we have anything coming up, a special event? Is it going to go to the website? But is that one thing that goes to the billboard?
So we need to designate a person and to designate who that person reports to.
Right.
Okay. Are the chances of getting this up by September good? October?
That's, I think we will have it up and running by then, and we'll bring a couple drafts in and do a play-by-play for the board to show you what we're doing to make sure you're happy with it too, as we develop it.
Do we see this replacing the newsletter?
No.
Probably not a complete replacement. And I know we'll probably discuss it a little later. We had some conversation about ways that we can improve the newsletter and the content and the quality of the newsletter moving forward. I think that as opposed to replacing it, this would just be a better tool for people to easily access the newsletter, like an online version of the newsletter, should they need it, basically. I don't know that I would say replace it completely as much as just make it a little bit more easily accessible.
Okay.
Any other questions? Any public comments? Then the vote is to approve, God, I can't remember the name.
Revise.
Revise, to approve Revise as the resource to fix the website at a cost not to exceed $11,000.
100.
I'm sorry?
11,100.
Exactly. May we have a vote, please?
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips?
Yes.
President Brooks?
Yes. Okay. Let me just. Code enforcement. Do I have a motion? Discuss.
Oh, we're gonna.
Okay, well, obviously, this is a subject that we've been trying to do for a couple of weeks, a couple of months, whatever. What we're looking here is to identify what exactly, Bob, that you do, what you're supposed to do, what you can do, what support, if anything, you need that you don't have. We're just trying to help you, basically. Get your job done the best way you can.
Yes, and, I apologize for not being here for the last couple of meetings. I'm Bob Brumfield, Code Enforcement Officer. Chris and I have had quite a few conversations on what we can do to enhance our code enforcement program, as well as inform the community on what we can do and what we can't do. Now, 7, 8 years ago, we created this code enforcement brochure that needs to be updated and revised a little bit. But one thing we talked about was putting listing. We already have our top 4 or 5 violations that are most prevalent, and what we are also going to do were to list some county ordinances that we are not able to enforce, such as fencing, several things like home occupations, barking dogs, noise ordinances. We don't have the ability to enforce any of that. So we would make a list of what we can do, as well as what the county can do that we don't have the ability to do. And that might eliminate some of the people coming in and complaining about things that we're not able to solve. And that being said,
If I may, on the things that we're not able to solve, are we going to give them information how they should go about contacting the county?
Correct.
Well, we should do that.
We will also have in here a listing of how to contact the county code enforcement office to, and I work very closely with the county code enforcement people. But what seems to be one of the issues is people come in, they're not aware of what we are able to do and are not able to do. And if they know that ahead of time, then they won't come in here and take up your time about complaints that we're not able to address. One instance of that is that house over on Granada. Now, we have, over the years since probably 2017, excuse me, we have put several liens on that property because they weren't mowing it. And they paid off, I think they owe $700 still on one lien that they haven't taken care of yet, but they paid off the majority of the liens. I think we had around $5,000 was the total amount. But they have not been doing anything for the last several years other than mowing the property. And that's the main thing that we can address. With the trusses, the building department went in and said those trusses are failing. They need to be removed. So the county code enforcement, I was informed by them they were going to send a demo team out and remove them. Well, it turns out they didn't want to do that because then they would be liable for any damage done to the masonry, to the blockwork. So they just started imposing lien against the property, fining them $150 a day. And I think that those fines started April the 5th. So this is the 14th, 15th day since that's happened. $150 a day, that's going to add up to quite a bit. If they do get to a point where the liens are more valuable than the property, the county can foreclose on it. And we don't really have the ability to do that other than a long drawn out process. The county can address that kind of a situation much faster than we do. But on the other side of that, we can take care of most things much faster than the county. I'll give you an example. Our warning notices give people 7 days to mow their lawn, which it used to be 10, but we wanted to do a little quicker. So we changed it to 7, and that's business days, not weekends or holidays. The county gives 30 days. So we are so much faster than the county in most cases. And we have probably, I would say 90 to 95% compliance. So that means that 5 to 10% of the community is not in compliance at I'll say any given day. That's not constant. It's different places, different violations, but it's probably in that neighborhood. So our program is working. Another issue is that people see a problem. So I know that on Ponce de Leon, we have a rash of renters that seem to be always parking in the yard. And we address that every time we see it, or I do. And we send them warning notices and they go back onto the driveway. And we have in our ordinance that allows people with social invitees to park in the yard 2 times, 24-hour period of time every month, which makes it really hard to pin down people that are constantly, that do it on a regular basis. Because they know that, they've been warned about it. Every time I send out a warning notice, I highlight the area of the ordinance and send that to them as well. So most of the people that I have trouble keeping in compliance are aware of the ordinance and they know how to get around it. There's another part of the state statute that talks about addresses repeat violators. But to be a repeat violator, you have to say either, yeah, I'm guilty of doing that. They have to admit guilt, or they have to go through the hearing process, and the judge has to rule in our favor. So it's hard to get somebody on a repeat violation other than, things like grass. But as far as parking or trash cans, that's a tough thing to find people with.
Why is the trash cans?
Trash cans, well, there's a lot of issues with trash cans. One is that, and Mr. Kerouac said that they're having problems with employees. If their truck breaks down, they don't have enough people to pick up the cans. They come once a week. Since they've started with the big blue cans, they used to come twice a week. They picked up bulk items every Thursday. This is prior to the big cans. Now they pick up bulk items every 2 weeks. And the yard waste was always every 2 weeks, but they would pick up bulk every week. And I think that, that it's a mistake not doing that, because people get evicted, people move out, they bring all their stuff out and it's parked on the road. We come in Monday mornings and see that widespread, not always a lot of stuff, but it seems like every Monday I come around and look and I see a couch here or chair there or mattress or whatever. So the waste connection people are part of the problem with the trash. They just can't pick it up quick enough. Sometimes they have a truck breakdown. They don't get it picked up Friday. They don't get it picked up Saturday. Even on Monday, they haven't gotten them all picked up. So that's a tough thing. But we're always out looking, sending out warning notices. I can't think of the number. I didn't write it down, but I think we sent out 155 warning notices last month, and it's been in that general range every month. We do address the issues that I see.
Of the 155, how many are repeats, would you say?
I'd say maybe most of those are for parking. And a lot of times the trash cans would be probably not many repeat offenders for the trash cans, mostly for, I'd say maybe 10 people parking at the max in the same address. And sometimes people, and most of them are renters that we have issues with. But sometimes they move out of one house to another house. And, you know.
Of the 150 that majority of them parking?
I'd say maybe 40 or 50 parking. Probably about that much for the trash can.
It was 192 according to your numbers.
A lot of those were signs.
59 were parking
Okay,
out of 192.
so 60 people parking.
That's your numbers.
59.
Yeah. Yeah. And out of that 60, I'd say maybe 8 to 10 have done it the previous month or in previous months.
Are we finding them?
We, some of them, we have fined some, yes. But it's like I was saying, it's really hard to find them because as soon as I send them a warning notice, they comply. Then the next month they're parking in the yard again.
Isn't that a repeat offender?
That's a repeat.
Not unless they say they're guilty, if they admit their guilt, or if they go to a hearing process.
I don't get that one.
David, explain that to me, please.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Well, to me, like I say, the biggest issue that we have is Mr. Brumfeld is the only code enforcement officer we have. The way that the ordinance is written is it has to be his personal investigation in order to cite somebody. So as far as repeat offenders go, once again, it's solely on his shoulders as to, because he would have to have seen the initial violation and then see the repeat violation in order to be able to, for that person to be a repeat offender. Now, there's been some discussion in the past about what constitutes a repeat offender. In my opinion, once a violation has been noticed, if it's noticed a second time, that's a repeat violation. So plain and simple. So to me, the issue is manpower because he's the only person that can do it.
Why is that?
Well, the state,
he is the only code enforcement officer in the district.
Wow.
So the board has the
curious.
ability to designate other code enforcement officers. But
How many guys do we have in security? 9 right now. You have 9 right now in security? How many you got? 1? You.
1.
Well, I think the synergy is it. I've been thinking that quite some time, that we've got security driving these roads day in and day out. Why can't they be the eyes for him?
They do tell me about things.
I want them to know to put the warning on and make a record of it and give it to you so that now that is a repeat offender. And can they be acting code enforcement people or not?
I think the only issue that comes in there is training. They'd have to undergo some sort of training, to be, but the board, yes, can absolutely designate them as the ordinance. Give me 1 second.
It says designated by the board.
Mm-hmm.
It's us, right? We make the decision on this.
Well, let me just state one thing. We have to go by the state statute. Code enforcement in Florida is governed by a state statute. And the definition of a repeat violation in the state statute is stated, it means a violation of a provision of a code ordinance by a person who has been previously found through a code enforcement board or any other quasi-judicial or judicial process to have violated or who has admitted violating the same provision within 5 years prior to the violation, notwithstanding the violation occurs at different locations. That to me means they have to admit guilt or they have to go through the hearing process and be abjugated.
We may change that.
No, well, let's say that.
I know it's a
Let
state
me clarify
statute.
for a second. So if we cite people, if we issue a citation, if a code enforcement officer issues a citation and that citation is paid, that is an admission of guilt.
Exactly.
So,
We only, it has to be a repeat offender, and he's saying that a repeat offender can only be deemed as a repeat if he admitted guilt.
Well, see, the whole process starts all over again the next month because
If you have documentation that somebody violated one of our policies and they fix it, and then they do it the following month, you're telling me that's not two, it's one again?
It's one again. Because
Oh,
it
that can't
states
be.
in our ordinance that you're allowed to park 2 times a month for a social invitee. Now, if they have a car there, it may be their car, but if they can come and say, well, I just had a guest come in, I had to park over there. So I see the car in the yard.
Let me ask you, how many violations have we issued this year? I mean, how many actual money violations?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can
So
give
far
you
this
an
year,
idea of what,
No.
How many people have been fined?
How many people have been fined?
for parking.
For anything?
Besides the Granada guy.
I don't have that information on the top of my head, but I can tell you since 2010, we fined and collected around $170,000 since 2010. Before 2010, we weren't allowed to impose a fine. Code enforcement started in 2004. That's when the county gave us the ability to enforce these minimum maintenance standards. And I started in 2008 and I realized that we weren't able to fine anybody. So in 2010, we went to the county and got them to give us the ability to impose liens, which we did. And since then, do you remember what it is, Amanda? It's around $170,000, $180,000 that we've liened properties since then. But I don't know what it is this year so far.
Okay.
do you want me to read that?
I really don't know.
There was a vehicle parked on Granada and Aleo or something like that. It was like a hookup to a car. It was on the corner there. Are you familiar with that? It was there for about a week and a half.
On Alito and Matanzas?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a trailer there. Those people are probably going to get evicted because of that.
Well, whatever it is that was on the lawn, it's gone now.
Yeah.
Did we do anything about that?
I went through the property manager on that because they were renters and I would have to find the owner. And they also had a broken down vehicle on their driveway.
Yeah, that was lifted up.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they have to probably move out because of that. But no, I did not fine them for that.
Because it was there like, what, a week?
Probably, yeah. It's not the first time I've had problems with them. They've been there since 2014, I think, and I've sent them about 14 violations.
How long does it take you to drive the neighborhoods? I mean, how often do you get around to the whole place? How many times a week can you make
I try to get around the whole area every day, but I don't always make it. Depends on if I get called to go check on something. It takes me about 5 hours, not counting going out into the back, just driving around the populated streets, about 4 to 5 hours.
Well, I think you're understaffed. I don't think, I think you need help. I mean, not a reflection on you. I just don't think that you've got one pair of eyes taking care of all of the Sun and Lake.
Then the population's growing like crazy. You know, when I started, it was part-time.
I think the first thing we have to do is figure out what kind of support he can get.
I said,
In
my opinion, the most reasonable thing to do would be to train the security officers so that they can be designated as code enforcement officers as well. Figure out what that training would entail.
We did have another code enforcement officer at one time back when we made this brochure, but he has moved on.
All right, let's assume we got you some additional help. Does it work that if the additional help reports to you and says, these are violations we saw, that you can take it from there and execute what is necessary to execute? And whether you find them, I guess we have to get clarification on repeat offenders.
Yeah, let me read this to you real quick. Okay, so here's this is what our ordinance says. If upon personal investigation, a district code enforcement officer finds that the person has not corrected the violation within the time period, the district code enforcement officer may issue a citation to the person who has committed the violation. So that's, they go by, they see a violation, they notify that person, you have X amount of time to correct this violation. That, and like I say, if it's someone's parking on the grass, that could be, you have 24 hours, or you have 12 hours, or you have 6 hours, as long as it's reasonable amount of time. It doesn't take long to move a car off of the grass onto a prepared surface. So the code enforcement officer gives a reasonable amount of time to correct the violation. If they don't correct it in that time period, they can be issued a citation. Then it says a district code enforcement officer does not have to provide the respondent with a reasonable time period to correct the violation prior to issuing a citation, and may immediately issue a citation if a repeat violation is found, or if the district code enforcement officer has reason to believe the violation presents a serious threat to the public health, safety, or welfare. So in my opinion, that means if someone parks on the grass, they're given 24 hours to move the vehicle, they move the vehicle, okay, that's good, nice. You've now corrected that violation. If they come back the next day and a car is parked on the grass, that is a repeat violation. And they can be issued a citation right then and there.
You okay with that?
Well,
I mean, he's reading whatever our rules are.
yeah, but there's other things that are involved with that. In order to write a citation, you have to still send a notice of violation. You can't just write them a ticket. You have to send them a notice of violation, which states in there.
That's not what he read.
Well, it is written in there.
Yeah, you have to give them notice, but I mean, that notice can be posted.
Right, you give notice, then you.
So you have to give them a notice of violation, which is separate from what I normally, I have two documents that I send out. One is a warning notice, which gives them time, and 95% of the time that's.
But that's the same thing as a notice of violation.
No, it's different. Notice of violation gives them a deadline. It states all of the things. It has to be sent out, registered mail and certified mail, or it has to be posted on the property. Now, if you post a property, you have to post 10 days before the deadline.
Man, all I'm trying to do is
code enforcement is not.
I'm trying to make this better for the district. That's what we're trying to do here, and it sounds like we're butting heads here.
I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just telling you what the rules are and what I have to go by.
So you can't write a violation saying you got 24 hours to fix this.
Yes, but I have to make sure that if I do that, I have to send them a notice of violation. When they get a notice of violation, they comply. Once they get that, they're in compliance.
Do you mail these?
Yes. It has to be mailed, regular mail and certified mail. And it gives them a deadline to have it done. I tell you, one thing that would help is if you do away with the social invitees being allowed to park on the grass. Say there's no parking on the grass. Then I wouldn't have to worry about them being able to do it the next month.
Is that?
I hear what you're saying, but let's face it, we have people come over to our houses, and if there's more than a couple, you don't have room to park.
And
how are you going to have a night of entertainment at your home if you can't, on times, park in the grass?
And that's the very reason that the previous board has said, no, they don't want to take that out.
And I understand that. Those aren't the people that are causing the issue.
Yeah, in my opinion, the people that are causing the issue are the ones that do it perpetually. They park on the grass until they're told to move. They move it, and the next day they're doing the same thing.
Well, not necessarily the next day, but maybe the next month.
Correct, and that's there's a difference, in my opinion. There's a difference between social invitees and owners. Like I say, social invitees are allowed to park on the grass for a couple of times, but that does not, social invitees are completely different than owners or residents. So if it's a resident that's continually violating, it's not the same thing. So, but that, like I say, that's, to me, the issue is we're erring on the side of caution far too much. That's my opinion. And I think we've got a little bit more ability to cite people than is occurring.
Do you have access with, when you have a plate number that you can identify the individual and their address?
I do, yeah.
Does that not tell you, well,
Can't always see the plates for one thing, but when I do run the plate, it usually doesn't come back to, sometimes I can't get it if it's an out-of-state plate. Sometimes it's registered to that resident. I don't know, the way that the things have been going on with the economy, with the COVID, we're getting all kinds of strange things going on that haven't been happening prior to 2 years ago, such as people moving in with their families. They got 3-4 cars and they have a one car driveway, and if you go around and you see cars parked sideways or halfway on the driveway or at an angle, those are the ones that I've talked to and worked with, and they're trying to comply. But if you go down Ponce de Leon, you see a couple of renters that come in and out pretty frequently. They've got people there that are parked in the yard. I send warning notices to the tenant as well as the owners, and then they'll be in compliance for a little while, and then they go back to doing it again. So we go through the whole cycle all over again. I would love to be able to go say, hey, you're getting fined, but I don't think that I have that ability.
Why not?
If
What do you need to get that ability?
the state statute to be changed.
Well, obviously,
I'm just sorry, I
we're not
fundamentally
gonna change
disagree
the
with
state
that.
statute.
I disagree. I disagree with that. Our ordinance gives us the power to issue citations upon personal observance after a reasonable notice period. And if they don't like it, if they get issued a citation and they object, we have a special magistrate that handles those issues. So they would get to have their due process and quote unquote day in court with the special magistrate if they want to argue against it. So.
Can you live with that?
Yeah, we can give that a try. Sure. I don't. It just seems like I just don't agree that that's the way that the state statute is written. I mean, Mr. Schumacher's a lawyer. I'm not. I just know what code enforcement involves and what I've been taught in all the classes I've attended and the conferences I've been to. But if he seems to think that'll work, then we can try it.
Chris, what do you think?
I think we can try it, go with that. And I think the idea is to mesh with security to allow them and give them the proper training would help to get more eyes out there. You're going to end up with those people out there. Bob can pretty much handle the paperwork he's generating now, but if you have 5 or 6 people, during the week, giving them 50 or 60 code violation notices, there's going to be some administrative help that he's going to need. Just sending
Well,
out
if we have 50 or 60 code violations, there's a problem.
and I would think that if in fact we do have that many, that it would be quickly reduced
I do too.
with them knowing that, security is also out there, or security plus code enforcement.
Yeah.
I believe that if they know we're watching, then it'll definitely be reduced.
From an administrative standpoint, the questions that come into my mind, is that clerical type support?
Well, if there,
Maybe we need to get a temporary clerk for.
let's find out first of
for
all.
that period.
Let's find out first of all, if we're all comfortable with this working, let's get perhaps some security people trained. Let's let him take the reins. And if he tells us that he can't deal with the paperwork because it's too much, we can then address it at that time. But until then, I'm not going to say it's okay to give him additional help when we don't even know yet.
I think the first time somebody is fined, that's going to make a big difference. When they know that we are really watching them. And
I agree.
with cell phones and copies of repeat offenders and license plates, keep that, you got a computer, put it in there.
Well, another issue is the vast majority of those that are violating are renters. And I have to go to the owner. The owners are the ones that get fined.
They're getting the money from the renters, aren't they?
Exactly.
But it's not that, they have to get the paperwork. It's not like I can go hand it to them. They have to get the paperwork. So it may not happen in a couple of days. It might take a week before they get back to them.
But that would be your call because you know which ones are renters, right?
Oh, I know which ones are renters.
Well, then you make the call. If you have to send it to the actual owner, then you give them a little bit more time to respond.
Right.
If it's somebody you know that lives there year round, it's a different approach.
Okay. Yeah, we'll try that, sure.
What are the fines?
$100 a day.
$100
Up
a day?
to $500.
I'm sorry?
There's a cap of $500 for a civil citation, which is what it would be.
Okay.
And if they come in and pay, well, I shouldn't say that because I think that's changed. But it used to be if they came in and paid, which would make them, it would be an admittance of guilt. They'd have to pay $375. But I don't know that that's correct anymore.
There is a reduction. If they don't object, if they're issued a citation, their option, it's supposed to say on the citation that they can pay a reduced amount, but that's an admission of guilt. So say that I think it's a 25% reduction. I'm not positive. But say we issue, someone parks on the grass and they're given notice, they don't correct it, so they're issued a $100 citation. They can pay $75, and they've admitted guilt and they've paid their due. If it's seen again, now it's a repeat violation because they could be issued another fine immediately. We don't have to say move your car. We say you're now a repeat violator and here's your next citation. And like I say, they could be issued citation after citation. If they keep paying them, fine. As long as they're paying their citation, they can basically, pay for the privilege to park on the grass. I mean, we can't stop them from doing that.
Who sets the dollar amount? Is that set by the county or us?
The board does. You're limited by state statute. It can't be more than $500 per incident. But
it's not 3 strikes you're out.
No, I mean, you
need to pay a $75 fine every.
Arguably, if that's the fine that you've set.
Well,
So-
could we set it like 75 for the first
Oh,
offense,
yeah,
100
absolutely.
for the second offense?
The maximum is 500. That's your maxed out.
Then double it up to 500 and leave it at 500 for every offense thereafter?
You could. And if they're issued the citation and they object, they get to go to the special magistrate.
That's fine.
I mean, I'm not looking to make money on this. I'm looking to have people respond and
Exactly.
correct it.
Absolutely.
Right. Well, our main goal is to have people voluntarily do it. Because
Exactly.
that's so much
That would be
faster and
ideal.
so much more effective.
Exactly. But to do it and stop repeating. I mean, your repeat offenders are the ones that are up, so you have to make it bad for the repeat offenders.
Yeah.
If it's somebody that just does it once or twice and they're not a repeat offender, but you know who does it over and over and over again, you know who those people are. Hit them in the pocketbook. Even the people that own, if they're renters,
And like I say,
then they need to get readers in.
when it
readers
comes
that
to
are
renters,
responsible.
you can issue a citation to the occupant, and if that doesn't have to be immediately given to the owner. So if you issue it to the occupant, who's the violator, and say, hey, you're in violation and we're issuing you this citation. If they pay that citation, all that has to happen is we let the owner know, hey, your occupant violated our maintenance standards and they paid admitting guilt. And so the owner is on notice that, there's a potential for repeat violation, because almost every lease that there is, says that people have to comply with the rules and regulations of the district. So the only reason the owner needs to know is because it may constitute a violation of the lease.
Right.
it sounds to me like we need to have, you need to sit down with our lawyer and with Chris, and you guys got to decide what he can do so he understands it, because what he's saying and what you're saying, you're not on the same page.
Yeah, we have a disagreement with the applicability of the state
Right.
statute.
So we have to come to a conclusion on how we want to approach this for the district.
Yeah, well, I'd say the number one thing, in my opinion, is he is one person. He's the only code. So we need more code enforcement officers designated by the district. And so what we need to figure out is what training is necessary so that we can designate additional code enforcement officers.
All right, let's stop it. Bob, are you okay with what we're talking? Because we're talking about taking your people and training them to do doing something else.
Some of the guys, yeah, that work for me are just fine, would be just fine at it. But I know that there are some that would probably have a little difficulty with it. Meaning that some of the guys on my crew are a little bit older and like kind of out of date with as far as computers and stuff, because it takes a little bit of computer knowledge to do what Bob does.
No, we're just talking about them going around and seeing things
Well,
and reporting them.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but then you're saying everything we find, we take to Mr. Brumfield?
No.
And in that case, we're going to overwhelm him really fast.
And that's not what we're saying. So we have to, the code, if we're going to use security, the security people would have to be trained to issue citations.
Oh, to issue citations?
Correct, because it has to be first of all, they have to be designated as a code enforcement officer. That code enforcement officer, it has to be his personal investigation. So someone can't see something and then go back to Bob, because then Bob has to and say, oh, Bob, I saw this and you can issue the citation. No, Bob has to, the person that issuing the citation has to personally observe the situation. That's the way the ordinance is written.
Okay, right now, Bob's already trained me, and I do that right now.
Okay.
I mean, if it's an emergency or when he's on vacation or, doing something and he's not here, I take the initiative when I see it and it's complained to me. I will write that incident up, and I know how to do it on his computer and actually serve it to them at that point.
But you do it when it's complained to you.
You're doing it on a reactive basis, not proactive.
Well, in some cases, but I know some of the areas where we have the problems. And when I see that and Bob's not around, I take the initiative and I'll write it up. And then I leave it in the folder on his desk. So the next time he comes in, he sees that it's been written up again.
Out of your 9 people, how many do you think are qualified to do what we're discussing?
2, probably half of them.
Half of them? 4.5?
That would be good.
That'd be a good start.
That would be wonderful.
That's a good start.
That'd be a good start.
All right, let's try this. If you would, give to Bob the list of 4 people that you think are capable of dealing with this.
Okay.
And who would be willing to take on the responsibility. Then let's figure out, between you and Chris, figure out what training they need to get to qualify them to do this job. Once we get that done, then I still would like for you to sit down with David and Chris and make sure you're on the same page as to what a violation is and how we're going to deal with it. So that we're all on the same page. And then come back to us and say, here's what we got and here's what we're doing and we're ready to go.
And we understand that might take more than 2 weeks.
Oh, yes. I mean, you're going to have to tell, Chris, you'll have to say, I mean, it would be great to get this done by July. Because you're talking about training, we're talking about, and there's other things on the plate that we have to also deal with. But if we can get this maybe done for July or August and go forward from there, I think it'd be great. What do you think?
I think that's something that would definitely help, is if we had another code enforcement officer trained. But I don't know about being done that quick. First of all, most of the training classes that are offered are full for months. The Florida Association of Code Enforcement offers classes or certification levels. They're a week long, and they have a test. You have to pass the test to pass the class. And they're usually in different, Orlando, Fort Myers, Fort Pierce. They're scattered all over the state. So it entails somebody going there and staying over the period of a week to take the class. Classes are all day long. They usually cost about $400 or $500 per class. There's 3 basic classes, level 1, 2, and 3. There's a officer safety class, which is 4, and then there's a professional class, which is writing a paper. You have to be a code enforcement officer for about 5 years to get that. But it's not a quick thing. It's and I don't know that we could do it. The first place to start would be to identify somebody that's willing to do it. All of his people are part-time except for Bob, which means they may work 1 or 2 nights, 2 days a week. He doesn't have any full-time employees other than himself. And we really need to have a full-time employee to be designated as another code enforcement officer. And the only one that is Bob. And he's been trained somewhat. He hasn't been to any of the classes, but he knows how to go out and send out a warning notice. He knows that. Yeah.
Question, when you say not trained, so he's not certified, so he really can't legally issue those violation notices?
He's not designated by the district as a code enforcement officer. So, in my absence, he could do it. But the warning notice is not a legal document. It's not a threat of a fine. It's just a warning saying you're doing something illegal or doing something that's not in following one of our ordinances.
Sure, and the code enforcement officer who wrote the citation would be the one that would have to appear with the magistrate.
Correct. If I were to issue a notice of violation, send out a notice of hearing, and go to a lien process, I would be the one that would present that to the special magistrate. Yep. When Phil Lockhart was here, he was able to do that because he had been through the classes. I think he'd gone through 2 classes, and he was designated by the board at the time to be a code enforcement officer.
Chris, could you find out what the minimum requirements are to be declared a code enforcement officer, and what training is required, the timeline that we could possibly do, maybe through a junior college, or because right now I don't see us getting where we need to go.
No, and like I say, I would agree that a lot of that was just discussed is required if you're going to be a county code enforcement officer, but the codes that we have the ability to enforce are much less than what the county does. And I think that the district would have the ability to train its personnel to enforce district codes. I don't think they'd have to go through state certification or anything like that in order for the board. Because I say the ordinance is very clear. The board has the ability to designate code enforcement officers, period. So, I mean, arguably, if we were to train a code enforcement officer and that officer were to issue a citation and the violating party were to go to the special magistrate, they could argue that person's not qualified. They could absolutely make that argument. That would be up to the special magistrate to determine. So what I'll do is I'll have a conversation with the special magistrate, who's Mark Breed, that's who we use as our special magistrate, and I can find out from him what qualifications, in his opinion as a special magistrate, are necessary to be able to issue citations. And I can get, some sort of a statement or something from him.
I don't think that's district would be a job description. That would be part of that as a code enforcement officer. And I don't think that that's defined in the job description now, that they have to be certified at any level. With the county, they recommend being certified at the first level within a year's period. I don't think that we have that written in anything. To be a code enforcement officer, it's not required to have the training. That's not the point. What the training does is makes you more efficient, and instead of just spinning your wheels over something that you don't know about, that gives you the knowledge of knowing how to do it. That's what the certifications are for.
Can't you teach them that?
I can teach them a lot of things, yeah, but they learn so much more going to the classes. I have no problem training somebody. That's not.
So we can actually train code enforcement people to do the job.
Yes, I can do that, yes.
I-
But
Well, it took a long time to get there, didn't it?
I think, just to interject, that President Brooks has said that you guys should get together. I think it's clear, the four of us here, how we stand, and we want it done better. And you guys all know that, so we need to start someplace. So let's start. Let's try to get all this stuff, meet with the magistrate, do all that stuff, but
If you don't have the right people, or they don't have the hours, and they don't want more hours, then we should just kill that thought right away.
yeah. I
And
mean,
go out and hire somebody.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, I guess I don't understand, you're saying extra time? Bring in security people for extra time to do?
No.
No. They just need to be trained.
When they're driving around,
Okay.
surely they can look and
Sure.
see if there's any violations.
And
That's
we'd
what
be
I'm
glad
thinking.
to do that. During the summer months, we can probably do that. But when the snowbirds and all the other people are here, Bob gets a complaint, he can have it written and done in 20 minutes. I can't. I can get a complaint, I can sit down at the desk, be called away from the desk to do whatever, come back to the desk, type 2 more lines, be called again to remove from the desk. I may not get it done in a 3 or 4 hour period just because people are calling me away from.
Where's all your people?
I'm the only one there when I'm there.
In the winter?
In the security, there's only one person on per shift. Year round, there's one person on security per shift. And the thing is, when Bob's not there, sure, I can sit down and do it, but I may not be able to do it in 10 or minutes or whatever it takes him to do it. It's going to take me long. So if you want to designate more time and bring somebody
Well,
else in, that's
I
what
think
I'm
there
saying.
should be one, my opinion.
Okay.
Security, you run it. You should
Right.
have somebody running you should have somebody on shift all the time, other than yourself. I mean, I don't know how you do
I
it.
agree with you.
Well, and the same thing with you. I mean, for God's sakes, we're trying to help you guys do the job the best you can.
I agree with you.
So
If I had
it sounds to
someone
me like you guys don't want to.
No, I think we're starting the budget process now, and based on this conversation, that's what needs to occur, is we need to budget for additional security and or code enforcement combination.
Absolutely.
Sounds like it to me. Anybody
Absolutely.
disagree? And then I want to properly enforce both security and code enforcement. That's all we're looking to do here.
Because
We want to help.
I think it is entirely possible that whoever is driving around in security would have two forms in their vehicle, a notice, a warning notice, and a citation notice. Those two forms, they're going to issue one of the two.
And this is outside of you. You could be the second guy driving around the neighborhood. It shouldn't be just you, and it shouldn't be just you either. That's not fair to you guys, and it's not fair to the people living in the district.
I agree, but we are living within our budget, and we could allocate more funds. I would be more in agreement with that.
I want to get it right.
Okay,
That's all I'm looking to do.
all right.
well, it's just not, President Brooks, you can tell, it's all of us.
Oh, it's we,
You know, we want it done, and you got to start someplace, and I don't care if it goes bad, just try something.
Well, we want to have it done right too.
Yeah.
As an employee, I'm just as frustrated as you are about some of the things that I can't address.
So let's start this way then, because budget conversations for the district are coming up in a month, I think, right? Why don't you two guys sit down with Chris and decide what you need from a
And
budget standpoint to properly run your departments? And then we go to this second step of training whomever we need to train and equipping whomever we need to equip, and just get it done and go forward. Is that possible?
Yes, we definitely can work on that.
I know it's different than in the past, but I have to tell you, as I think Mr. Gilpin quoted last time, times are changing.
Yeah, absolutely.
We need to do things better.
And I know it's, in Bob's case probably, he's got to do work in between my phone calls about my neighbor's music, so.
That's
I understand that you get called a lot, but, and I'm one of them that's
So
called.
you know, it's not a reflection on you guys. You're one person. I don't know how the heck you think you can do it and do it correctly.
We work very hard.
I bet you do.
And if we don't get it done and done right, then it's our fault, not yours, and we're trying to help. But, you know,
So let's
tell us
say-
what you need and then we're trying to help.
So we'll follow up on this conversation when we do the budget presentations. When you guys are ready to present the budget for the district, obviously that will be part, you guys will participate in that. And you'll explain to us at that point in time, what you think your needs are. I understand that we're thinking about hiring a lot of people. And I understand we're thinking about spending a lot of money. But you know what? We haven't been spending all this money in the right places. That's our problem. We spend lots of money, but not necessarily where we should.
That's right.
And that's got to be changed. And part of it is supporting code enforcement and security. And then when I say I mean we, the board. So I just go on the record with that. Does anybody have any questions for either of these two gentlemen?
Yeah, I think as long as you, on the security department log, at the end of that log, you said the supervisor's call. Does that mean you were
That's me.
called during
That's
those
me.
times?
I don't get paid on call, but I get numerous and now it's increased more even since Mike left, because Mike got a lot of those beforehand, but now a lot of those people have my number, and the thing is, I come into work at 6 o'clock in the morning and I get several calls between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. from people with ridiculous things that could wait till morning, you know?
That's a lot of work.
Well, a lot of those
That's a lot
things.
of interruption of sleep is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, I got the two of you guys up here. Somebody called me the other day. I'm not even sure who would take care of it, about all these companies being in the district soliciting, trying to solicit businesses for roof repairs and window repairs and screen repairs.
President Brooks, I can't tell you how many people we've thrown out of here.
So you guys have,
Yes, and the sheriff's department is assisting us because they have a fraud unit now actually working that comes in Sun and Lake rather frequently.
okay. I just want to make sure.
I can't tell you how many people we've asked to leave, that they can't go door to door. It's uncanny how many we've thrown out of here.
Well, somebody happened to call me on the phone the other day and was a little upset. I think they actually called you too.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we're doing the best we can as far as that goes. I know it's a challenge because you got to identify them, which is not always easy.
We're doing the best we can under all circumstances.
All right, I think we've kicked this around enough. Any questions for these two gentlemen? Are there any public comments pertaining to any of this conversation? Then we will revisit it when we do the budgets, and we'll start at that point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
both,
you.
for that part at least. Okay. Add-on items. None. Petitions and communications? None. General counsel report.
Not a lot. Chris and Amanda and I met with the bondholder on April 14th. They're wanting to move forward with a large number of foreclosures. We think we've identified, we got a quote from a local attorney, Cliff Rose, on a per foreclosure basis. But after meeting with the bondholder, they have their own attorney who is capable of doing all the foreclosures at once, which presents us with a little bit of a budget issue, but we think that we've got the ability to work that out. The bondholders agreed to forward some funds if necessary. So we're probably, I think by the next board meeting, Chris, we'd have a proposal regarding. Yeah, we've got something. So, but I think we'll bring it before the board for the next meeting so that we can finalize everything. But as far as moving forward with those foreclosures.
How many homes was that again? 80?
79, I think.
100, I think it's 100, over 125 properties, but I think 76 different owners. So it'd be 75 to 76 actual lawsuits that would have to be filed. So.
I assume this will be put in the budget.
Well, we have some stuff budgeted now. Yeah, we have some stuff budgeted now. And like I say, the bondholder is in agreement that once that if the proper, after the foreclosure process is complete, these costs are the first things that are recouped. Right. So in all, I mean, the worst case scenario, it's a cash flow problem where we have to, but the money will eventually come back to the district.
Anything else?
Unless there's questions, that's all I've really got.
General Manager's report.
Just
Go. I'm sorry.
anything on what's the status on the meters, arbitration, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, I'm meeting with Mr. Rhodes this afternoon to get an update. We have, I think, 3-4 different lawsuits that he's handling. But my recollection is that the plan is to amend our pleadings. Mr. Lacconi filed a complaint. There was a motion to dismiss filed, and rather than have a hearing on that motion to dismiss, since Mr. Rhodes is taking over, he's going to amend the complaint to address those concerns. That's going to be the next step, and I'll be discussing that with him this afternoon. But as far as a time frame, it ain't going to be anytime soon.
Any other questions from the board? Public comments? General Manager's report.
I have a number of things here. Just mentioned a large amount of safety equipment we got, and that was related to the insurance report we got from our carrier. But I have a whole list of things that we've done since then that we've ordered, and we're getting first aid kits and fire extinguishers put in the vehicles. We've taken delivery of cabinets for flammables, paints, things like that. Racks to hold the acetylene. It was just a number of safety concerns, and all those items have been addressed by the staff, and any of the parts that we've ordered have come in. So eye washes, it's just bread and butter safety type equipment. And I think you'll also see us in the budget this year, because when you look in our budget under each of the departments, there is no line item for safety equipment. There probably should be. It doesn't have to be a lot, but just to recognize what that is. Continuing to move forward with our stormwater and wastewater facility plans. We have Rural Water Association working on the wastewater plan and Polston on the stormwater plan. Plan to bring that to second meeting next month in a public hearing format. The board can review, approve any changes, and then we send that plan off to the DEP. They have 45 days to review it, and then it moves into their queue for funding at their August meeting. And we're looking at $5 million for stormwater and $10 million on the wastewater side. And again, you don't have to commit to spending any money until an agreement comes in front of you, and that's when the rubber will hit the road with the interest charges and that. We're continuing to work on the rate case. I know people are concerned about the hailstorm. We've done a significant amount of work documenting and taking pictures of the damage that we have, including fallen trees on the golf course and itemizing the labor and materials it took to repair the greens. I also have a professional working with me that did drone photos and photos at no cost. And when the our adjuster comes in, which will probably be next week, we'll have a whole menu to go over with him, pictures to hand them, a whole list, and we'll accompany them to make sure they don't miss anything. So,
what kind of deductible do we have?
$1,000 per incident or per building area. So the community center and the connections here are $1,000. The office is $1,000. The maintenance facility is $1,000. Now the outline and attendant buildings, like our gazebos and things like this attached to this property come under that $1,000.
Okay.
And we really don't know the extent of some of the damage. We know we've had air conditioning, soffit hit, roofs impacted, but once the adjuster gets up there too, and then he'll make the determination and estimate what the repairs will cost.
Okay.
It's considerable. I put something in here too, because we got a call on Sunrise Avenue about some dead trees, and the resident was concerned about them falling over during a storm. And I just had our forester go out there, and he wrote a little one-page report. I sent it to the resident, but they basically said, yeah, hurricane could knock it over, but it doesn't look like it's going to hit their house. There was one tree that's pretty close, but it's in the county right away, and the county flagged it, and they're going to come out and remove that large tree. But I told her we weren't going to do anything about it and said, you know, if every person who lived along a preserve or a golf course where there are trees called me and wanted me to pull trees out because something might happen, I go, I could spend our whole budget on that. But that's just the way we handle it with it, and I haven't heard anything else. And we had a couple of depressions over on Myrtle Beach related to septic tank lids, and the guy stepped in one hole and went all the way down, and you could see the top of his lid where it had moved off his tank. And of course, all the soil now went into his tank and created a little sinkhole. And unfortunately, the way some of those lids are, they just aren't secured that tightly. And after a while, a mower's going over it, it can move them over a little bit. And also unfortunate because the homeowner said, well, it's yours, come fix it. I said, no, it's your system, go fix it. So that's just one of those things that people can get hot about. And the fact that that's one of the things about those low pressure tanks that, you know, the systems, they're cheap to put in, fairly cheap to operate, but they're a maintenance nightmare. I mean, we have people calling us all the time on these pumps that go bad. We're out there changing pumps for them and providing a warranty and getting involved in it on a house by house basis. It's a tough situation. So maybe cheaper on the front end, but on the maintenance side, on the back end, it's not any cheaper. And hate to say we still had a little delay in getting that drain field put in on number 5 Deer, but they called me yesterday and said they'll be out Monday.
Which
And I wish in some time you could say, well, you know, I'm going to get someone else to do it. Well, they're all backed up.
Yeah.
And this company's not even taking work for pump outs and drain fields now for anybody because they're backed up several months and they're getting more people annoyed by saying, well, come do the work, but they aren't showing up. Even like us, we put that work order into them on, the end of March. Or, I'm sorry, March 2nd is when we contacted them. Well, now we're in 22nd April, almost 60 days. And I know the golfers don't care for the portalets out there. A week or two is one thing, you know.
The aesthetics is not real pleasing.
No, but hopefully they will be out there Monday. And one lesson I learned, I'll never let the companies pull the permit because it's taken them several weeks to do it. And it's about a 20-minute exercise to fill that form out. It's actually a little easier for us as property owners. So. But that's all I have today.
Okay, any questions for Chris?
Yeah, I have one, Chris, and I don't know if you can answer it, but the electrical box, one of the people down on Matanzas, it's sunk. Do we do anything about that, or is it just, it fills with water, and I guess they've had no problems, but I think they're worried about, I mean, it's 2 feet deep.
We can send a letter to Duke with a picture, and I've done that on a couple others and followed up with them. And so far, they haven't fixed it. But I could certainly send Duke a letter and picture and say, hey, this is getting flooded with water.
Okay, so they should deal with Duke?
Well, is it their property that the box is sitting on?
I don't know if it's in the easement or not. I would assume it's in the easement, but.
Yeah, easement on their property.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would probably be more effective if they call them. But
Okay.
certainly.
I just want to tell them something, that's all. It's probably not what they want to hear, but, I just got to have an answer.
And it's hard to compel Duke to come in and do anything
Oh,
on
yeah,
a fast basis.
I mean, I wouldn't, if you told me that, call Duke, I wouldn't do it. I mean, it's just waste of time.
I do have the engineer's contact information that handles
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
Anything else for him? I would like to see, you gave us you bought all these supplies based on that public risk report that was done with
Right.
the pictures. Have you also addressed the needs in the pictures, corrected those?
Yes.
Can you give us an update at the next meeting?
Sure.
Just where we are on that? If
Yeah.
anything still needs to be done or we're done?
Yeah, and most of the things that we needed to do from a staff standpoint, they were doing. The staff was why we were ordering that equipment. So almost everything that they mentioned in that report, with the exception of fixing the dock out here,
Yeah.
has been done.
Okay, good. Any other questions from the board? Any questions, public questions or comments? Okay, code enforcement report.
Well,
Bob,
Bob
welcome
Brumfield,
back.
Code Enforcement Officer. I feel like I've already given 3 or 4 reports, but last month, and I don't have the figures with me, I apologize for that again, but we had, I think we sent out 192 violations, notices, or warning notices for violations. Some of that was signage that we picked up. I don't know if it's on that report or not, but I picked up probably about in the neighborhood of 65 signs so far this month, where they're just putting them out on the corners saying hail damage, roofers, whatever. And if you go out into the county anywhere, just about every street corner you come to has got 4 or 5 signs. If you drive around in here, you'll see very, very few signs that are not on private property. So that's another thing that we do that, that it's not really in the know.
What constitutes a sanitation violation?
If they have trash, things like that, there's a couple of different things. There's an accumulation, which is where they just have stuff piled up, construction things, boards. The sanitation will be more garbage.
What is the difference? It has parking violations issued and violations issued and then violations complied.
That's the ones when they send them a warning notice, then they park on a prepared surface.
No, the difference between violations issued and violations complied. What is the difference? Because most of your numbers, they're all the same.
Yeah, well, see, what happens is most of the time, people, when they get the warning notice, they take care of the issue.
So when they haven't taken care of it, that's where you see a discrepancy in the numbers?
Correct.
So like, for example, sanitation, there was, in February, you had violations issued 25, violations complied 23.
Yeah.
That means 2 people did not
There was 2 people that did not in that period of time, but they did. And it might have been because they got the notice towards the end of the month and they didn't take care of it before the next month. But that's what that means, yes.
Okay.
Like I said, most cases people do what they're supposed to when they find out that they're not doing it.
And it says properties brought before the special magistrate. That was what we were talking about
For the
before.
fines or liens.
But it says for last year, 2021, total year was only 3.
Yeah, we had three properties that we had liens against for high grass. We haven't really had any problems with high grass yet because it's been cold and we haven't been getting any rain.
I mean, it just doesn't seem like there was that many that went to that extent, which is good.
Most people are, yep, especially with the grass. That's really gotten a lot better.
Okay. Any questions for Bob? Any public comment? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Community services report. Ariel.
Good morning, Supervisors. I sent out last week a pretty lengthy written report. I think the easiest thing to do from that point, that would be everything I need to cover. So are there any questions specifically related to what was sent out in that report?
Any questions from the board on this report? I have a question.
Okay.
If you read the update on the shuffleboard courts, it sounds like because we can't get Marmor Construction to come out and look at it, we're saying it's okay and not worry about it.
Well, we haven't gotten, Drew, you can probably help me there. So we've reached out a couple of times with no response. At this point, I don't know that there's anything that should be done. It's hairline settlement cracks. At this point, it's not something that's affecting play. I don't even know that.
I mean, it's only 2 years old, right? The court.
Yeah, Drew Jones, Poston Engineering, for the record. It is only 2 years old. I believe our regular warranties on everything stated in ours just a year, which I'm not saying that's not an excuse for them not to come out and look at it. Realistically, if you look at any slab poured in Florida, they're all going to have settling cracks somewhere. And unfortunately, they go right through the middle of the play area. I don't know that there would have been any way to completely prevent them unless we spent a fortune trying to put down 12-inch thick concrete.
Bob? Excuse me.
I don't know there's a cost-effective way to completely eliminate all just settling cracks. I do know they have rebar in almost all of the concrete. It was a design build, so they provided the design and it was to normal standards for this area. So I don't know that there was an actual design flaw. I just think it's just normal settling. The only thing I think we could do to address it would probably end up being resurfacing and trying to address the cracks with like a
I'm not looking
specialized.
to resurfacing. The reason it even came to my attention was from somebody who lives in the district.
Okay.
So somebody noticed it I don't play shuffleboard, but it was noticed by somebody.
Right. And I went and looked at it and there's no vertical separation between the concrete. It's still all in line. I do know, like it's Ariel said, she hasn't had any complaints about anything affecting play, and that's where we need to
We
keep
actually,
an eye on it.
yeah, and just to add to that, there was a tournament, a shuffleboard like tournament not that long ago, maybe 3 weeks ago or so, and we actually got nothing but raving reviews and written thanks on how wonderful the facility and the courts were.
I guess my concern is I don't want it to get bad to the point where we have to resurface it before we need to resurface it.
Correct. And I think I believe the paperwork, I don't know, I don't have it in front of me. I think it's either a 5 or 10 year resurfacing life that they recommend to come in and get it resurfaced. I know it's maintenance free, the actual surface that's on the shuffleboard, but it's not, you still have to maintain it. It's just an extended interval. So
I mean, I'll go with what you guys are saying, but I want you to watch it closely. I don't want to have this $40,000 come back at us in 2 years and say we have to do it. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely keep an eye on it, and obviously if we get any complaints about it, then that it's affecting play, then that's clearly changing the game a little. But as far as the settlement cracks, I just don't know that, like Drew said, without resurfacing, which would be unnecessary in my opinion at this point.
Right. And if it is, we can probably try to reach out to, I think it was
90.
90. We can try to reach out to them and verify the actual interval that we're supposed to maintain it, just so we have it in the budget, because I'm sure it's going to be coming up. It's either going to be coming up in the 5 year, if you have to do the 5 year plan, we might need to make sure we have some monies in it. And at that time, whenever it does get resurfaced, they should be able to address it, assuming it hasn't moved vertically.
Okay. All right. We'll let that go. Anything else for Ariel?
So one other update, and I know I mentioned it earlier, but just because it's highlighted on here because the number wasn't completed by the time I sent this in, we do have the 186 trash cans that have been requested to be picked up. So I left that TBD because this was done before that deadline was. So
I have a question on the pickleball courts. Have we put the bid out? I can't find anything on the website, so obviously I'm not capable.
We had a third vendor coming out this morning that was going over and put the bid together, so we have 3 vendors.
So it's been 6 weeks since we initially talked about this, and we still haven't put the bid out, which is going to be another, how many weeks after we put the bid out before it comes back?
We're getting bids from 3 vendors instead of advertising it.
Oh, we do it?
Yeah, we don't have to go through the bid process. We're just getting pursuant to the purchase policy, we just get 3 vendors because of the dollar amount. We only have to go out to bid if it's over, something like that. So
If it's over what?
It's over 100,000 professional fees or 250,000 for construction. State statute, the policy is a little different. Anything over 25,000 you want to get out. You want quotes on.
I guess I'm confused in that we used to do it a certain way and then we're making changes and most of us don't know about those changes, do we?
I don't.
I think it's different.
It's not different.
3 bids on the project.
No, but we used to go through a process and put it on the website and issue.
I think you mean like an RFP, like an official RFP.
Huh?
It's a little different due to the lower.
It's just a little different, but if we're going to do something different, don't you think everybody should be on the same page?
I think it's the dollar amount, is it not?
So the dollar amount can dictate it.
Can dictate the RFP. Not everything has to go through that process.
Right, but anything over $25,000, we used to put on as an official bid, did we not? It was 25 grand.
That's my, I'd have to go back and look, but I think that's what it is. That's what it sits at.
I don't know where 100,000 came from. I've never heard that number before. We're doing a lot of things that,
Well, it doesn't say bid, it says quote, free quote.
if we're going to change the way we do things, I suggest you get partners. I don't know how else to tell you that. So there were 3 bids out, and they'll be back when?
We'll get them this week, and it has taken us about 3 weeks of that to get the vendors out, because those people, like everybody else, they're just busy.
So we selected the vendors to bid? Is that what we're doing now?
Names of people that do it will come in, because nobody really does it here. You gotta go to Sarasota, Bradenton, Lakeland to get vendors.
So we don't open it up to the general public anymore. We just select the people that we want to bid on it, and then they go and bid on it.
We selected 3 of the larger court firms that do this work on a regular basis.
Okay. You want to talk about community newsletter now or later? I mean, you all see what she proposed for a community newsletter. It's dramatically changes from what we've done in the past. You guys have any comments on it? Do you want to just proceed on it?
It's a better form of communication, I'm for it, because I don't think it shows, currently it doesn't give us very good information.
So we want to tell her to go ahead with this?
I'm fine with that.
Yes.
So just for clarification, I noted in here that we would like to start that in September. The reason for that is we still have some advertisements that have been paid through that time. So if it is okay, then if it's
Yeah,
permissible,
I'm
we
fine.
would.
How many pages are you looking at?
For the newsletter, for the new proposed newsletter? I would say probably between 4 and 6. My hope is to be able to get, like I had mentioned in here, kind of I called it like for more or less almost like a paint by number kind of template. So, when you look for the general manager's report, it's typically, on page 2 or wherever, so that we can just kind of plug that information in and there's consistency in the formatting in the newsletter that gets sent out. What we will do, obviously leading up to that time, up to that September date, is work on getting that completed.
I think we need for you to come up with the format that you want to try and produce. If you want, I think 6 pages doesn't work. I think you have, if you're going to do a freestanding mailing newsletter, it's got to be in increments of 4. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, and honestly, 4 is probably enough, but I'm, like I
Could
said,
be
I'm
8. I mean,
ballparking
I'm not telling you
that.
to restrict it to 4.
Yeah, I'm ballparking that at this moment, because obviously it's a fictitious piece of
But
mail at
I
this
think
point.
you got to sit down and you got to say, I mean, like you've kind of done here, but you got to say, I want to have a page for Chris every
Right.
edition. I want to have a page from the golf course. I want to have a page from the restaurant. I mean, this is going to go out to all of the residents. I think we got to make it a meaningful. You should take a shot, and there should be the cover shot that we use every time we go.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, kind of that paint by number. I use that loosely, but just kind of like a template that we can put it in so that there's consistency in everything that gets sent out. Like you said, a cover. I don't have a rough draft of that at this moment, because I wanted to make sure that this was even the right direction. So now if the board is saying, yes, we think this is a good direction to go in, then that's something Kelly and I are going to work on together, is putting this as a format and what this might look like when it's actually on paper. Just like you said, like a
And
cover
you'll bring
page.
us back a rough draft.
If that's what the board wants, then yes.
I'm sorry, what?
She'll bring us back a rough draft
Yeah.
of what this,
I mean, not with
what this looks
specifics.
like.
Page
and then-
1 will be this,
yeah.
page 2.
But
Yeah,
just bring us a rough draft so we can see it.
exactly. Plus you have to cost it out, because obviously it's going to cost money. So we're going to go ahead with that, and we'll hear back from you. Tell me when. The goal is to get it out by September. Tell me when you want to bring us a rough draft of your outline.
I would say probably June.
First meeting in June?
Maybe a little later in June. Give us some time to get through it, cost it out, see how much it would come back, so that I can come back with a a proposal of what it may look like and some cost estimates as well.
Second meeting of June.
Perfect.
On the CPR class that you did for the public, did you get the response that you thought you would? Because that was the day after we had the hailstorm, and I was just wondering if everybody showed or if we need to do another class.
Actually, both classes were pretty well full and stayed pretty well full. Of course, as luck would have it, it was right after the hailstorm and we had some AC issues in this building. So it was a toasty CPR class, but a CPR class nonetheless. Even despite that, you know, we had those issues, we didn't get any complaints as far as the event went. I don't know that we necessarily need to host another one right now, but I think it's something that we can put on the calendar for maybe even beginning of season
That's
time
fine.
next year, like in the fall.
In the fall.
If most of the people showed up that was
They
supposed
did,
to.
and both of them were full classes. It was a good turnout.
It was
Warm,
a little warm, but it wasn't that bad.
not
Yeah, I
not
was just
unbearable.
concerned over the timing because it was the day right after the hailstorm.
Yeah, that was obviously unfortunate, but the turnout was still good. We didn't have like a bunch of no-shows or anything as a result, so it was a very good class.
Okay, anything else for Ariel? Any public comments? Security report. Bob?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
You got anything?
Other than having we had the normal amount of complaints this month, but we're probably going to handle, as far as numbers, it'll be twice as many next month just because of the amount of complaints we've had about vultures in here, trying to, you know, all the roofers and all that kind of stuff that are kind of preying on our citizens. And we've answered numerous complaints. The first 2 days or the first 4 days after the storm, that's probably all I did is just went from one to the next. So there'll be a greatly increased number of complaints as far as next month, at the end of next month's report as compared to this one.
You know, I'm surprised. It really isn't that many complaints. It's only like 50 complaints you got for a month. Is that a normal amount? Or?
Yeah, actually, that's a little low.
A little low.
But some of the guys, I'm trying to encourage them more to, if they answer a complaint and when we get there, there's nothing, they still don't answer that as a call, and we should be responding to everything as a call, just so we have the accurate numbers of how many calls we have. And I'm in the process of adjusting that now.
Okay. I mean, what is the biggest complaint that you get? I'm curious.
Parking, probably. Parking in the grass.
What is our policy on parking in the grass? Are you allowed to or you're not?
No, except for like I say, everybody's supposed to park on a prepared surface with the exception of the invitees. I think I think it's twice a month that invitees can park on the grass. I have to double check it, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Okay.
Are we talking grass that's like on the side, not in the grass, but?
Any unprepared surface. So we have, like I say, we have a definition of what constitutes a prepared surface. I'm pretty sure it's in the packet. If you want to review that packet, is what constitutes a prepared surface. So
when the nip and knitters come to my house and have to park across the street in that grass area, then they're in violation.
correct. I mean, let's say that's an invitee. So that can happen, I think, twice a month. I think, like I said, I'd have to go back and review it. But if it's more than that, then yeah, arguably a violation.
Wow.
Any questions for Bob? Do you put this online?
No, I email it to Chris and then he does it.
Okay, well, when we have the new website, we are going to post all this so people can see that we actually do these things. Thank you, Bob.
All right, thank you.
Utilities.
Good morning, Joseph Slevo, Supervisor of Utilities. During the month of March, we had 9 new water and wastewater connections for construction. The meter inventory, we have ordered more cam strut meters, 50 more. We did order 56 of them recently. They are going out the door fast. We were using the meter idlers we discussed in the past. Those are on back order weeks out. So it's faster to get a meter for these applications than it is a meter idler right now. So that's why we've done that. Meter brass and supplies, the past few months, we have done a lot of work. We've seen a lot of spending on getting caught up on inventory. We are doing well right now. We do have some back orders pending. 2 of them will be delivered today, luckily. Right now, our main distributor of our brass is Ford. We can pick and choose what we receive, but then you have to change the application when you go back and put it in. So we try to keep everything uniform. Recently, I put on a back order, I think it was around 20 U branches, which is a dual meter connection. They're estimating 12 to 20 weeks for us to receive those. That's pretty much just to back up the Prominence home lots on Cortez. Just in case anything happens, we have to have the supplies to be able to keep these lots moving. So that's that. The water treatment plant meter, the 12-inch, it was installed actually on the 413 instead of 414. We did have a couple issues when it happened, when it was taking place. The CL2 pump, it does pump off the distribution flow, but the way the plumbing inside of the building worked, we did lose communication, but it still pumped as it's supposed to. So it wasn't a huge deal, but something that we had to be staffed there and kind of keep a close eye on it. We did notice there was a couple issues with the setup of the distribution sensors for pressure. We figured out a way to bypass it. We got through it. We made it through, but turning the plant back on, we did have an issue, which you'll see here on the staff report that I did request for KDL for $5,900 to put in a 12-inch valve, fittings, 4-foot length of pipe. And it truly would have been a great thing to have before the project started, because we did temporarily lose the plant for about a minute and a half. The interconnect did open up. Air bubble flipped inside of the plant, lost full prime. Luckily, during the valve project, I did put in some blow-offs. I was able to open all 5 or 6 of those up and sound like a whistle going off in there, but it primed and we got going again. So this valve is to eliminate that. Your distribution pipes inside the building are about 6 feet high, and under the ground they're another 4 feet. So there was a pipe and it did a flip with the air bubble. This valve will eliminate that if that meter ever has to come out again. That's why I chose to go that route. So yes, as of right now, it's in. The electricians are still working to put the wiring in, and then we'll get that side of the plant open back up and we should be good to go. So the water distribution flushers are in for this year, the 4. We have a good idea where we want to place most of them. Right now, I'm kind of working between the property appraiser, GSI, and talking with Drew from Polston, and just we don't want to place any of these in where they're going to be a problem in the next year or so with new construction. I want to put them in easements where they're going to have good drainage. Don't want to jump the gun basically and end up putting it in somebody's driveway in the future, waste money. So
when do you plan to have them done by?
I would like to say we're going to start relatively soon. I want to start with the one at the hospital. We'll pass the hospital just to keep that level there higher. And then just basically figure out which ones we can do in-house and which ones we're going to probably have to have KDL do, just in case there's any, we just don't want to back ourselves up, the small crew, with that type of project. So, but it is still moving forward. So we just want to make sure we do it correctly.
You got a question?
Where are you at on your staffing?
Well, last week I called for interviews. At the beginning of the week, I had a couple people hang up on me once I stated who I was and what I was calling about. I had a couple no-shows, but Monday I was able to get three people in for interviews. 2 of them are relatively good candidates, so they'll probably come in Monday for their pre-screens and their paperwork. So
why do people hang up on you?
Can't find good work right now.
Can't find good work, and I think, and this is kind of the platform that we use is Indeed, and I think to keep their benefits going through the government, they apply, and they're just applying to show they do that. And then you call them for a job and they're hanging up on you because they don't have to accept the job. They just keep collecting unemployment. So I truly think that's what it is. So, and that's why if you see, we did start posting on the Florida Water Pollution for Operators. I'm not sure if that's the correct acronym, but still, we've at least moved to that. So hopefully it'll work out. And it seems like it has. And also with the new pay rates, I think that definitely opened the door for getting some better candidates in. So I appreciate that.
So those two would bring you up to where you need to be, or you're still short one?
As of yesterday, we had one quit. So yeah, we'll be short one, but we have 3 candidates.
Did they tell you why?
Yes. But it was just,
Okay, never mind.
do I have, yeah, I don't,
Okay.
yeah.
Good enough.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Any public comments? All right, thank you.
No
I
problem.
did forget to put the golf, how did I forget golf? Michael, I'm sorry, I apologize for that. You guys got anything that you want to talk to us about? My error.
Mike Lemire, Golf Course General Manager. Just a couple quick notes before we get into some of our other stuff later here. Membership's still around 95%. We've added a couple since the last meeting, but it's still right at that number. It's probably going to hover about that, right around that number. It might get to 96% here by the end of the summer with some summer memberships, but that's about it. Obviously, this time of year, a lot of the snowbirds are heading home, so our rounds have basically cut in half. So we're down to averaging right around 200 rounds a day. We still have both courses open here for another month, and then it'll continue to, decrease. We do have the New Hope Charity Golf Tournament tomorrow. That's a fairly large event. It'll be on one course, one that we host every year. I did want to remind the board that Brooker Fence will be here on May 11th. They're going to install some fence around the back of the clubhouse, just to kind of keep some of our areas clean back there and out of view. As Mr. Shoemaker said, they're going to be here Monday for the Deer Run number 5 bathroom. Our Easter buffet was last Sunday. We served over 440 covers, which is very, very good. Service went well and had a lot of good compliments on the food. Lastly, as you see in front of you, as we typically do in the summertime, we usually reduce our restaurant hours. So in front of you is a proposed flyer that we will send out to the public, basically June 1st through September 30th. We're planning on doing what we did last summer, where Monday and Tuesday will be open for lunch, and then Wednesday through Saturday will be open for lunch and dinner. And then Sunday's just a pub service menu. We did offer cold sandwiches and hot dogs in the off period, so there's always kind of something there for folks to get when we service them. It worked out very well last summer. We had probably the best summer on record last summer, and it was very efficient with our staffing, with our hours. If the board has any comments or questions on that, I'd be happy to answer those, but that's kind of the big thing I have for you today.
Yeah. I have a question on this. You got a question?
What?
Go first.
I just want to say that while I appreciate your efficiency, it just aggravates me to no end that we are only going to be able to use our restaurant Wednesday through Saturday.
For dinner,
we live
yes.
here year round. And I understand why you're doing it, but I mean, that's just my personal opinion. That's it. That's all I got to say.
Anything else?
Well, I have a question. I don't know if you read your flyer here, the bar opens at 3:30.
Well, that's just bar service.
But I know that's not true.
Right, well, it's bar service only. The bar's open from 11 to.
So you made a flyer that's incorrect.
I'll have them adjust that.
So if you haven't sent these out, have you?
No, this is just
So Sunday and Monday, the first and the third listing should have the bar service. I assume it starts at 11 o'clock, right?
That's correct, yes.
And the pub menu? What's on the pub menu?
Well, we'll be going through those. It's just basically a reduced menu. There's a few hot items on there, cold sandwiches, but we'll be adjusting our menus going into the summer anyway. So this is just kind of our service hours. I'll be able to bring to you guys a copy of those menus as we adjust them going into summer.
Okay.
And the reason, I mean, to Beverly's point, the reason, I understand Monday, but why are we closed on Tuesday?
So basically last summer, we actually, by reducing our hours, we're actually able to really serve the same amount of food and people in a reduced time period, which makes it more efficient, which makes the operation more profitable.
So we're not having trivia all summer?
So this is just regular hours. So outside of that, when we have special events, we can still do those on those nights. So the good news is when we do that, and that's basically what we did last summer, is most of our special events like trivia nights are on Tuesday nights because those are profitable. So when we run those, we know who's coming. We have reservations. We're very efficient to do those. So when we do special events like trivia, those will most likely be on those Tuesday nights.
And are we going to bring hamburger night back on Wednesdays?
Well, it'll remain as normal. It's Wednesday night now. It'll remain normal as we go through the summer.
Can we get away from the buffet now?
The buffet is actually, I mean, it's made Wednesday nights a lot better. It's a lot more efficient.
A lot better for whom?
Well, in my opinion, for everybody, when we were doing it, I mean, originally it was always intended to be a buffet style, but when you have 150, 160 reservations all getting burgers, if you come in the restaurant, if you come into the kitchen side, it's not easy to serve that many burgers in a 2-hour period in that style.
Most restaurants would probably close based on that kind of business.
Mike, have you seen my face since you started buffet?
Right.
Just saying.
That's fine.
I have a question on the Deer Run restroom. Is that a Sun Lake job or is that in Indigo? Are we doing that?
It's
That's a capital,
Yeah.
okay. That's what I thought. Okay, it doesn't make any difference. It's gotta be done. It's just where the money's coming from, that's all.
The only comment I have is just a continuation of not running a restaurant. You're trying to run a restaurant for the peak period and the rest of the time. And your service is declining. I just don't understand why you can't keep things going right. I heard just the other day that you asked for somebody to clean a table off at lunchtime, and it was told that it wasn't their station. I fired that person in a heartbeat.
Yes, so that person does no longer work for us, but we're also.
We've got a whole bunch of them. What used to be good waitresses, no longer there. I don't know what's going on there, but it just keeps, you get it going right, and I was really starting to talk about how good things are going.
Right.
And it's turning around, it's going the other direction.
Well, we're aware of a situation that we have recently addressed, and
Why do we have to continue to talk about it?
And closing it is not the answer. I promise you. I promise you.
Well, you're not going to just don't get people going in.
Okay.
There are a lot of new faces at the restaurant.
yeah, and yes, and there, as far as employees,
Yeah.
yeah, and there will be. I mean, you guys are aware of the current situation of which we're trying to hire a new front of the house manager to provide our service better than hopefully we have in the past. And, we're going to work through that situation. Obviously, with that kind of turnover, people do come and go, but we're going to work through that as we do.
My other comment is to run the front of the store. What about a restaurant manager that runs the restaurant?
Yeah, I've been having
You
that.
can't have two people trying to do the same job, in my opinion. You got one side managing the cook side, you got one side running the front side. They don't talk to each other. They don't communicate with each other. The expediter delivers the meals, but the waitresses got to order them, and then we get forgotten.
No, and that's a very good point. That's a situation that I've had these talks with Mr. Rhodes and our national F&B director, and I'm trying to navigate through that situation, just like you said. I just got to find the right candidate to do that. I do have a couple on my desk that we're working through, and I have the same ideas you do.
I don't know what to say. We need more than one manager. I mean, I'll tell you that. We've had this conversation. If you're open
Correct.
70 hours a week and you have one manager, you can't cover the place. And if you don't have a manager on duty, I don't think you're doing the job or maximizing your efforts. And to say that you're taking a bartender and making that person a manager so he or she can close up is just absurd. It's just not right. I need somebody to Craig's point, to manage the place. You know, I still am waiting. I'll probably die before this happens to have somebody come up and ask me how my meal is. We don't do that. And if we don't do it for me as a supervisor, I know we don't do it for the general public.
How much upselling is going on? You want another drink? Here's your check.
Right. Well, right now we have the opportunity to hire the person that will make that happen. Obviously, the previous person that was on staff, as directed, did not make those things happen. So I'm excited for this opportunity to find that right person. And I spoke to you individually all about that situation. And, like I said, I'm looking forward to moving forward with the right people. And as always, we're only as good as the people that we have. So we're definitely trying to find, the best people we can. As you can tell with every other business in town and all the other restaurants in town, we're all in the same boat. Everybody's looking for good people right now. And there's other restaurants that, kind of do a lot of the similar things that we do. So, like I said, I'm excited to move forward. It's just an opportunity for us to get better.
We're running out of time.
And we have Troon, supposedly,
Correct.
okay? Why? So we have a, quote, big advantage over all the other restaurants. So that doesn't fly because we're supposed to have a big pool to pull the right people from.
Right. So in that situation, so with the openings that we have, those are advertised across the entire Troon family. Doesn't mean we can't just say, you're an executive chef and you live in Washington that, hey, you're moving to Sebring. It doesn't necessarily work that way. They need to want to come join us. But we do utilize that, and they do help us out, and they're the ones that are helping me coordinate the job search for the people we have right now.
I'm just saying, that's not my point. My point is you can't compare us to the other restaurants because supposedly we have a bigger force behind us than the other restaurant does.
I understand your point.
Okay, thank you.
And I was at a facility not too long ago. They could seat just about as many as we can during peak hours and serve an a la carte without any issue whatsoever.
Is that the watering hole?
Yep.
I was there 2 weeks ago. It took us 2 hours to get our meal.
Well, I can tell you I was there and got it within a very reasonable period of time.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm not comparing you to somebody else.
No.
I'm comparing you to the standards that I think you should be at.
Understandable.
And you ain't there yet. And you got to get there. I'm tired. I'm sure all of us are tired of having this conversation.
No, I totally agree. Like I said, we have an opportunity now to find the right person. Anything else?
It's got to change. It's got to get better.
Can we go to golf? I have a golf question. Okay. We had the LPGA ladies event coming in here, the May the 13th, 14th, and 15th.
That is
Are our
correct.
golf courses going to be ready?
Yeah, so we're obviously putting a lot of work into them. The greens, we're going to go back through and we're going to do another heavy top dress this next coming week. And Jimmy can report anything further he's going to do. Uh, Mainly, it's just the green situation that we're really looking at. So they're definitely starting to heal up at a faster rate now as the temperatures go up. Um, The hail damage is definitely really starting to heal up quite well. The aeration holes on turtle are mainly already closed up. Deer's pretty close. I don't see the aeration holes, within the next few days should be completely closed up. I think there'll still be a few bad areas out there from the other damage. But as far as playability goes, I think we'll be fine. It's not going to be the ideal perfect situation like we would normally have, but I think the courses will be just fine.
Wow.
Do you have a number on how many of the girls are coming?
I don't have a hard number right now. I believe it was supposed to be 60 to 80 in tee times, but I will find that out and let you know.
And they're playing deer?
They will be playing deer.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. I looked at turtles, greens yesterday, day before yesterday, and they seem to be healing a lot quicker than deers.
Yeah, and I stated the same thing. I'm not, and again, Jimmy could probably report a little bit different than me, but I feel the same way. I mean, it is two kinds of grasses. I don't know if the mini verdes just responding a little faster than the champion, but I kind of noticed that same thing. But I'm sure that the champion is right behind it. But there was actually the hail damage was worse on turtle. But they are really starting to heal up pretty quick within.
But wasn't Deer Run damaged well before the hail damage, and that's probably the reason it's going to take a little longer?
Again,
Because Deer was in terrible shape before it got hit by hail.
There was definitely a couple greens that were not very good, but I mean, I'll let Jimmy respond to that. If the hail damage was slowed down because of that, I don't know that answer. I think it's more just the type of grass, but that's my opinion.
Okay.
Yep.
Good morning. Again, Jimmy Murphy, Golf Course Superintendent. So you guys got the S-trick test, and I would be happy to go over them when you guys want to sit down and go through them. I think the biggest thing to look at is what we're still fighting there. I have pictures of the roots this week. Last week we had about a ½ inch. This week we got 2 inches of roots. The roots are going through the aerification holes, but they're not going all the way through the green yet because of the black layering. So we're going to keep, that's the whole reason we want to keep aerifying. So we're still going to schedule our 3 aerifications, and there's nothing that we can do to get them 100% better until we continue to aerify. I don't care who you bring in, they're going to have to aerify the greens then in order to correct them. And this goes all the way back to 2004 in that S-trick test. That was the last S-trick test that was pulled here. And if you look at it, it was all beginning around 2004 at that time. And it's just a matter of, and I've spoke with David Bell as well, and I think that we all hate aerification, but it's a necessary process, and there's no way to get around it.
Appreciate you sending the report. It was nice of you. I don't really care about the report. You've got till September to get it right. If you don't get it right, we'll have another conversation between us. That's it. I don't need.
And aerify as much as you need.
Right.
I don't hate aerification because I know what it does.
Nobody's telling you not to aerify. Do what you need to do to fix the course.
No.
So back in 2004, it looked the same.
No.
That's Indigo's fault.
I don't know if they were even here then.
No.
I don't know.
No.
Excuse me?
Not since.
Just fix it.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
just fix it.
And I do have 500 more square feet of sod that we're going to pick up on Tuesday morning that we're going to patch the rest of the areas. The hard part with Champion is that it comes out of Texas, but the areas that are left on Deer will be patched next week as well.
You got some issues. I mean, our 17 turtle. That's not going to grow. On the circumference of that green, you're going to have to do something different than what you're doing because they ain't going to come back. You can look at it and tell. The rest of the main part of the green is coming back very nicely. But that area, that circumference of about, 35, 40 feet, that's about 3 deep, that's not going to come back. It isn't. So, I mean, you guys got to look I mean.
Well, we do. I mean, so I'm planning on opening up the practice area June 1st. So at that point, then I can strip the other green.
I'm just saying, some of these areas are coming back, but there's a lot of areas that still need something different. Or
Yes,
different
sir.
attention. That's all I'm saying. Let's talk about this. Well, I will go a little bit out of order. I had asked for a plan for what you're going to do with golf closures during the irrigation. And instead of getting a one-page thing on what we're going to do during irrigation, we got this 12-page calendar. I understand, I guess, do you guys have any questions on this thing that he sent you? I'll let, because you go first. Well, you guys go first. I don't want to.
Well,
Is it all right to?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Basically, okay, I know what happened in April. Okay. So I started in May thinking, okay, let me look and see what's going on. And we talked about bear cutting the green. And I come to the very first of Monday, May 9th. We've got a ladies' inter club, but we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna bear cut the greens in front of the ladies.
No, sir, it's not going
Well,
to.
that's what it says.
We can't hear it all.
Can't hear?
Well, I thought I was funny loud. On May 9th.
That's, Mr.
It
Herrick,
shows that we're gonna bear cut the greens on Turtle.
it does not say what time. I apologize.
And it says the ladies' inter club is gonna be there too. And I'm thinking, why are we gonna bear cut when we know we've got an event?
I'm not verticutting in the morning. I'm verticutting in the afternoon after the tournament.
It doesn't say that.
I understand that, and I apologize. If I need to start putting the exact time that I do it, then I will.
Don't start.
But no, I'm just saying, that was our game plan, is to do it after the tournament, to do them dry. We're always
Okay,
going to try to
you
verticut in
made
the
a mistake.
afternoons. Yes,
What
sir.
else you got?
But it is better to verticut in the afternoon when they're dry, and that's when we're always going to try to verticut.
All I care about is all these things that you're going to do, they're fine. Does this mean that we have to close anything, or is the courses both staying open during all of these procedures?
In the afternoons, we'll shut them down for a couple to 3 hours so we can get in a gap and get
So
them
there are
completed.
course closings.
Yes, sir.
I would like for that to be noted, so we know when we're closing down courses and which ones. Right?
I've got issues with that.
What are we supposed to do, or when are we supposed to do it?
I'm going to
What does
say,
everybody else do?
They shut 'em
closed
down.
on Monday.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, they do.
Everybody does.
all right, we're not going to argue
Okay,
whether
I'll
other
talk
courses
about
shut
that.
down or
I
not.
do have this issue that starts in well, it starts in November, so I assume it continues to run. We're gonna block out till 9 o'clock every day so that maintenance can do their work.
Not every day on Mondays.
It shows, well, I see the 21st, 22nd, or 21st, 28th, December 5th.
What are you?
Well, I started in November, that I see for sure. Well, in fact, it starts in October.
Yes, sir.
Maintenance block on the 31st.
On Mondays.
Yeah. So you're not, is that both courses? One?
No, sir. It's just going to alternate every other week, each course. This is going to give me a time to allow Mr. Herrick just to do the ninja tying and do the light top dressing that we need to do.
Well, but you got ninja tying reading, doing it on days that you don't have a block.
Right.
For instance, November 14th and 15th, you're going to ninja time there. Then you got a block.
The blocks will be, I'm sorry, the blocks will be for top dressing.
It says top dress.
Yep.
Just maintenance block until 9 a.m. I just.
So when we put that on there, so.
Wait. Before we go any further with this, what I asked for is not what I got. Can we discuss what I was supposed to get, or we were supposed to get? When are we closing the course for irrigation? And how we operating when something is closed. I still don't, I read your thing here. June, it says June 20th, closed Deer Run Front 9 irrigation project begins. What does that mean? When does it stop? How far? I mean, come on, guys. I asked for something very
So
simple.
there's notes on the bottom of these pages. So basically, you know,
Well,
they'll,
how long is Deer Run Front 9 going to be closed?
30 to 40 days.
30 to 40 days.
Right.
Yes,
The
sir.
front 9.
so,
Yes,
and
sir.
then, yeah, so the goal is to get to the back 9 around the middle of August, August 22.
So are both
Hey,
nines
again,
going
that's,
to be
again,
closed?
that'll be
One
tentative,
nine?
because obviously they could be ahead of, hopefully they're ahead of schedule.
Both 9s closed? One 9's
The
closed?
front 9's closed.
Right.
That's why I put the whole numbers. Those actual whole numbers are the way they're going to go in order. So they're starting at hole 5 because of the connection at the bathroom for the power for the satellites, rather than running it all the way from the pump house.
When does one get done?
One gets done right at the end. That'll be done in July. To August 15th, it should be complete. And that's when they plan
The
on,
reason I say that is it's not identified as being done.
it just says driving, yes, you're right. Front 9 should be completed August 15th.
And then hopefully we get done by end of September.
That's the goal. And I will let you know that we had the valves, everything, trying to still get some of the parts. It's getting trying. The pipe, everything's good. It's going to be extruded on May 15th. But some of the clove valves and stuff as many as we're getting, the manufacturers are having trouble getting them. So we've got delivery of a lot of stuff, but there are some issues with some of them, and we can't get a definite date when they'll be delivered. You can't control the manufacturer.
I didn't say that.
On August the 7th, something's going to be closed on Deer Run, right?
Yes, sir.
So how are we having a tournament on that day? On
So-
that course?
So the weekend, we've asked if we can have the weekend. So our goal is when we have these tournaments in August, is to reopen all 36 on the weekends when we have the large tournaments. And those are the only two
How
that
can we have the tournaments if we're doing the irrigation?
So the fairways are not going to be disturbed. The only big disturbance is going to be when we run the main line. The big stuff is all going to have to be trenched in. All the fairways is going to be pulled in with a bullet. Anything under 6 inches will be pulled in. There'll be very little disturbance to the fairways. And we'll never be without water besides 3 holes probably for 2 days.
I would like to see something that even I could understand, which is one piece of paper, what's closing, when it's closing, when it's opening. I mean, something like this intercept or this email that I somehow got a copy of
From Carl.
One piece of paper which has a plan here.
Right.
That's what I was hoping for these guys to see. And I don't know if this is still accurate anymore.
Yes, sir.
but
That's what this was
to have
generated.
this updated and given to these guys so they know what's going to happen. Because it says here, I mean, it's pretty well self-explanatory. I don't need this whole thing. And by the way, January is JAN. Not JAU, just a minor point.
That's Excel.
Yeah. Just a minor point. But anyway, just give us a simple outline form, 15, 20 lines on what the course closings are and what you're going to do.
That's fine.
Then we can have a conversation as to the rest of this, because I think, to Craig's point, this needs to be cleaned up and it has to be noted whether we are closing courses to do this stuff or something of that nature. I think to have a plan like this to prevent something from ever happening again is a great thing to do.
Well, I mean,
I think it's got to be to where us mere mortals can understand it. And I don't think we can the way it's written.
Fair enough.
Plus, I don't care about January, February, and March of this year. I care about January, February, and March of next year.
I've had these calendars, and I also have my cultural programs for the whole 12 months that we've always done. So this was just something that I tried to incorporate and something I tried to get with Andy to do as far as communicating when we have our tournaments and stuff, so I don't schedule anything on top
I
of
mean,
it.
like to Craig's point, you go to September 19th, it says Verticut Deer Greens top dress, and then it says right below it, Crutch Hawkins High School Invitational.
It would be in the afternoon.
I know.
I understand, yes, sir.
I mean, to his point,
I
if
get
you
it.
read it, it sounds like you're working during the tournament.
I understand. Okay. That'll never happen, I promise.
Well, so I think we need a little bit more clarification.
Sure.
So you're going to give us an outline next meeting,
Right.
and then you can wait a little bit longer to do this. The outline on the irrigation closing, I think, is the most important thing, because we're almost on top of that.
Yes, sir.
And I think what we want to know, and correct me if I'm wrong, is what closings are going to happen based on the irrigation.
Okay, but I think that the board has to understand there has to be some closers to get the job done correctly.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
The only issue I have is it being closed till 9 o'clock. I assume that's on the T.
Correct. It'll be on the tea time course. So basically, and the other course would have a morning shotgun that does not fill up. So it's not a revenue loss situation. It just stops from that one twosome that goes out Monday morning, which when we looked through the whole calendar was the best one to choose from because there was all the member groups are in the afternoon. So there's very little play in the morning right there. It's the best time to do it. Just gives him another hour and a half just to get his work done, which is obviously very critical to having our course conditions. It really should not affect revenue hardly at all. It's just
Okay.
organizing the people.
You know what I need. You know what we need. Any other questions for him on this?
Yeah, I'm not, just so you guys, I'm sure you've talked about it, you two, but with people, with us not getting stuff we're supposed to that you'd mentioned earlier, if this goes on, do you have any plan for if they can't get it, the equipment we need, and will we be still working on it in October, November? The golf course?
As far as what?
The irrigation and stuff.
The parts that are missing for the irrigation system.
I mean, I'm just want you guys to, I'm sure you've talked about it, in case these parts don't come in, because it's been that way that we're running 2-3 months behind. It's not your fault, but it happens.
I've talked to Andrew and Carl about every other day.
Mhm.
So we made shifts. We got a different valve. It's the same kind of structure. It's just a different valve. So they're chasing it. West Coast chasing it. Toro's chasing it
Mhm.
every day to make sure. And we've got a pile of stuff at the shop already. I mean, we've got 23 pallets of material already
Good,
at the
good.
shops.
Well, the way things have been going, Jimmy, it's,
Well, and that's why they're hustling every day to make sure that we get it. We have
Okay.
another delivery coming Monday. And like I said, we counted in and it was the valves was the issue. We have the valves now.
Mhm.
It's just some of them are lingering. They were supposed to have been done in February and they've not been completed yet.
yeah, well, see, and that's what I'm talking
It's
about.
raw
that-
material.
that you have no control over, but you're going to come to us and say, it's going to be, and that's the way it's been happening. Again, not your fault, but it's,
Not acceptable.
Are you going to start the irrigation? Let's go with just the front 9 without having all the material available to finish that job.
No, sir. Everything should be here by June 20th.
And if it isn't,
They have enough material right now to start. Yes, sir.
you got enough to start. Can they finish 9 holes with what material you have on hand?
Today, we don't even have the pipe yet. So
see, that's what I'm worried about.
the pipe's going to be done, extruded on the 18th of May. It should be delivered on June, the first week of June.
Do you have, if you're going to start without having the material, then I'm concerned you're going to get halfway through it, you're not going to be able to finish.
I don't foresee it being an issue because they are in the process of manufacturing everything right now. It's just the timeframes and getting them all done. We do have enough to complete the 9 holes right now. By the time we get done with the 9 holes, we're hoping to have everything here by June 6th, like the schedule is on there.
Any other questions?
Only because you sent this out, I do have one.
Yes, sir.
Mike, shows on the 26th, 27th, and 28th of August that we have 250 players that are going to be on both courses. Are you closing both courses down for those 3 days?
That is the normal, that is the same tournament we do every year. That's the Sertoma event that we have, the 2-day event that we have every year, where they play in the morning both of those days. And the Friday is a practice round, which we might have to move around a little bit this year, but yes, that's the same 2-day tournament we have every year.
But it's just
The course will be closed in the morning, yes, both of them.
I didn't see that on our
It needs-
outside tournament list that we had, that we discussed.
I think that starts in the fall, the tournament list.
No.
Doesn't it? I haven't, I'll have to look at that. I don't have a copy of that
That
one.
needs to be updated if you have.
I'll
more
double check
information.
that.
Also, I saw that we included in December the ladies tournament. Is that a definite go?
That is a definite go.
Okay.
Good.
Heard that this
Thank
week
you.
too.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
Any other questions for these guys on this subject?
Oh,
Oh, I got, yeah, no.
nope.
Okay. Don't go away too fast. Any any public comments? I'm going to skip around a little bit. I want to go to the equipment, line F. You all got this. Is there any comments on this? No? All right, I want to tell you something. I added this up. It's over $4 million worth of equipment. We are in sad shape if we have to have $4 million worth of equipment on premises for anything. That's just an absurd number. Ridiculous. I don't care if it's leased. I don't care if we own it. I don't care what it is. I counted, and I could be wrong, although not usually. I think there's, in the general fund, there was 11 gators. In the golf fund, it was 14 gators. So we have 25 gators parked in our, I assume, shed at any given, I mean, that's what we own, or we're leasing, or what have you. Do we have 25 employees working on any given day?
I have 15, yes, sir.
You have 15?
Yes, sir.
We have 25 gators, so what are we doing with the other 10?
I don't have 25 gators. The street.
We have, I'm sorry, this board has 25 gators.
The street department has, I think, 9 or 10.
25.
Yeah.
According to the list that I got. I got to tell you, and I knew this was going to happen. The list that were given to us, it's just a listing of what they are. I don't think any of us really know for sure what the usage is. Beverly may know more than the rest of us. I think we need to take this to the next level and divide it up and say, this is what we use them for. These actually cut grass, these are something else, so that we can actually look at it and see. I got to tell you, we're throwing away money, in my opinion.
On the golf behalf, we did go through the inventory, and I sent it to Chris, Wednesday, Chris and Amanda, and went through some of those items that are actually showing on that inventory have been junked. They're older pieces of equipment that were here, and they've been scrapped, and we probably should do the same thing and go through the road department as well.
Yeah, I mean, I know we never talked, or we did talk once upon a time about putting the two together, because they are actually all under the district's ownership.
Yes, sir.
And I still think we ought to do that.
I think we need to go through and do an updated equipment inventory and actually grade them as well, like I did with mine, Chris, as far as doing.
Let me ask a question. Excuse me. Who is in charge of the district equipment? Who's in charge of the district equipment? What we have? Who's in charge? George is not here anymore, right? So who is in charge of the district equipment? You are. Well, then I need for you to sit down with Jimmy and decipher what the district needs so that we can make the corrections going forward. And if Jimmy can incorporate it under his lease agreement, so much the better. But I got to tell you, we have way too much equipment. You just have to walk into the shed. It's overwhelming. And I need to take this, so I think we ought to take this to the next level. This is an eye opener. It's $4.1 million worth of inventory.
I would like to go through it and update it and grade it all and then put it back up for your review, because I'm not sure all that equipment, Chris, is still there as well. And Joey, the same stuff with you. I mean, I just think we need to go through and update our inventory.
We need it to be updated because I know you're going to come to us and ask for capital monies for a lease agreement. And I'm not going to have the board even entertain it until we get our hands around this.
I'll be more than happy to help anybody as far as the other departments go through it all and grade it, and probably need to just go through and verify all the serial numbers and model numbers and everything. And if there's something on there, then maybe we need to omit it.
I mean, somehow we have to figure out how the district works with the golf people and shares together for the district's sake. 26 skaters, just ridiculous.
Agreed. Chris and I will get together next week and we'll go through it all. We have a budget meeting next week anyway, right? So we'll go through it again.
Okay. Does anybody want to I mean, I wanted to see what it was. I got to see. Do you want to comment on it?
Only that the district and the golf department, I mean, we mow a lot of grass, and I'm not talking about on the golf course. I mean, this is a big property, so I'm not sure that you need 25 gators, but I think you need more. Let's look at when you get the real sheet back, let's look and see what we've got. But I don't want.
It's seasonal. I mean, when in the wintertime, all the gators are out. I mean, there's times I don't have a gator to even go out on the golf course.
Yeah, but the district may.
Yes, sir, and I take one of theirs at that time.
That's what I'm saying. I think between us, we have more than we need.
Chris,
and we can't keep running. Golf is over here and the district is over here because it's all under Sun and Lake.
Yes, sir.
That's what I'm trying to get to. So if you guys would do that and get back, you guys want any other comments on that? Any public comments on that? Okay, thank you, guys. We're now going to try and discuss the budget pre-planning process. If you guys are up for that one.
Not really.
Let's see if I can find where I put it. All right, so the idea at the last meeting was to try and come up with some numbers, to give some guidance from the board as opposed to the people reporting to the board, giving us the numbers that they want to work under. Consequently, or, hopefully that avoids getting $4.1 million worth of equipment that we don't know really what we have and where it is. So we're trying to, I think a top-down approach is the way to go. I've got numbers. I don't know if anybody else has numbers. We'll let somebody else start. You want to start? We'll take one category at a time. The golf numbers. What I was looking for there was just to give them either a dollar or a percentage goal based on the numbers that were there. Anybody?
I was looking for a 5% increase.
Anybody else?
Based on the success of this year, I think that's a very good one.
Okay, originally I was looking at 10, but I can live with 5. What I can't live with is the number now, because looking at the number that I gave you on the sheet was based on January's profit. If you look at February's profit, they are now estimating, and this is their numbers, for a profit of $455,000.
Well, it needs to be.
So if you want to go 5% above that.
I'm saying 5% over
over that, that's fine.
Look like we're going to be.
Anybody?
A profit of 400 and some thousand?
Yeah. They're projecting they're going to do 455,000.
Okay.
What? You
A
don't,
profit or
you don't like that number? I mean, the number right
I
now,
had 3.
their numbers, not mine in golf, they are, golf revenues, I don't know, here it is. They are up $224,000, correct? Year-to-date actuals, the profit in golf right now is at $407,000. So they're estimating that they will do 454,000. I think they're going to do better than that, but I think that to do anything lower than that would be ridiculous because they're going to achieve it. So I think if you want to go 5% over that as a goal for them, that's fine. That would be, anybody have a calculator?
Just
I don't have a calculator when I need one.
5% over 485.
455 is what they're projecting.
Plus 5%. Be 470.
he's looking at this.
So I'd say $480,000 should be your goal for golf in profits. As a goal. I mean, you have to come back and say, yeah, I could do it. No, I can't.
Sure, that sounds very reasonable. I just want to remind the board that although that's through February, and we actually did very good in March as well, but April is going to be not as good as planned, but
Well, then you're fine.
that sounds very reasonable. I
Then
think,
you should be fine.
I think they'll probably wash them. That probably sounds fine. I'll let you know though after I work all the numbers.
So I would say 480 would be a good number. Restaurant. Anybody got a number there?
I say minimum of 10% because I think there's a lot to be had there.
I agree with 10%. Anybody else? I've got you now based on February, Mike, coming around a loss of 265,000. Does that sound about right?
That's what's on this sheet here, yeah.
That's where I got it from. So if we improve that by 10%, we should be somewhere around a loss of 189 to 190,000.
I even have a hard time accepting that.
Well, let's give it a different number.
No, if we can continue to make a 10% improvement every year, we finally get to where we need to be. But I just think there's a lot to be had in the restaurant business as far as profit. Moving towards zero.
190 minus. And that's without the, understanding that's without the maintenance agreement, without the cards. It's just those first groups. So you should be somewhere about a profit of about, what is that, $290,000 between the operations.
So just want to clear up, you said 10% on that 265.
10% improvement over the 265, which should be about 189, something like that.
10% of that's about $26,000.
Oh, did I give you a bad number? Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not even reading my own numbers. You're actually about 35% better than last year, correct? So what I did was I took the rest of the months that you're up against, and I took a 35% improvement there. You don't like that?
Well, you remember, we changed the whole format after the first quarter last year.
Yeah.
So comparing apples to apples, this was the first quarter that we ran this way.
Right.
You know, so it's, moving that number there. I mean, obviously, moving an even a number we can certainly do. It's a how do you want to get there, right? Because if we're going to improve, we know we have double-digit inflation, true inflation, right?
Yeah.
We know that we're going to go up 9% to 11% in hourly labor rates because of the minimum wage. To do that, I mean, we're talking some increases to get there. Now, granted, we're going to try our best to be the most efficient we can and move towards those numbers. I mean, we have shown steady improvement in growing. You know, obviously the restaurant is right about where we had budgeted right now, forecasted wise, and for the loss. The golf is doing better than what we expected. We're considering that, I believe personally that the COVID effect is going to keep going. For golf is going to continue on the path it is. So, obviously I think there's some room there. I know that we have a scheduled rate increase for the membership dues.
That's for
And
golf, though.
obviously we're working with dynamic pricing to move rates in there. We're a little handcuffed because of condition-wise right now. I think we all know we've taken some step backs. We've had some service errors in the restaurant. I mean, we're certainly not perfect. We're doing everything we can to get better. Obviously we had a staffing change that impacted, and the gentleman took some staffers with him. But, we will work through it. I certainly think we can, we want to discuss bottom line, we can get there. I can agree with the golf number. We're going to 190 in the food. Yes, I think there's some upside there, but especially if we're talking about adding additional, another layer of management or something.
The idea behind this is for us to tell you what we would like for you to
I
achieve,
understand.
and for you to come back and say, you know what, I can't, and this is the reason why.
Okay.
As opposed to the old way of saying, I need $500,000. And we go, okay.
No, I understand. So
if you want to I use different set of numbers. So if it's 265, which is your numbers, and you want a 10% increase, then it should be, let's make it 230 as the goal. That's about 10%, right?
Yeah.
How's that?
And I still think that's just.
Yeah, that one's going to have to improve every year.
There's no reason it shouldn't.
I don't necessarily agree with Mr. Herrick. I don't think we can get it down to zero, but I know we can get it down better than we got it.
These restaurants don't stay in business not making money.
Well, as far as this, the way the numbers protrude on this page, yeah, no, I agree with Mr. Brooks, but
Restaurants don't stay in business not making money.
Freestanding restaurants do not. That is correct.
Correct.
We are not a freestanding restaurant, though. Possibly. Okay, so we're going to say minus 230 and 480. That's your goal. Good luck. See what you can do with it. General fund. It's you and me. You go first.
I had revenue up 7.5% to cover the cost of inflation.
I had the revenue up 7%.
Expenses I had.
What do you think? 7% on the revenue? 7% on the revenue.
All the growth and it's coming in.
Exactly.
All right, and we're going to base it off of that 36648, so plus 7%.
Is that what it's all based on, is the growth? Is that where we're coming from? Okay, okay.
What about the expenses?
39.20, about 39.20.
Yeah, what about the expenses? What percentage?
Expenses I put at 0. If he can, I'm hoping through better efficiencies that he's finding, that we can offset the increased labor charges through efficiencies. So I said 0.
I think the expenses are going to go up, just inflation.
I know they will. That's why I'm
I don't know if we can control it.
Political decision, getting the hourly rates coming up because of minimum wage laws and everything we're buying now is, it doesn't matter if it's paint or gasoline for the mowers or blades, it's all up 7%. So it would be a tough order to do that, but we're taking steps and have options to reduce our expenses.
Yeah, but inflation is 7 or so percent, but that's not gas. I mean, gas is 48% or something. I mean, it's all what we're buying, so.
I had 10%.
What'd you have?
I had a 10% increase.
I'm sorry,
10%.
10%?
Yeah.
So you had 10, you had 0. I actually had 5. And Mike, what'd you think?
I don't, it's gotta be around 10. I mean, I would think, but
I mean, we can dream, but.
Well, I'm worried,
But maybe I'm very.
there are efficiencies, but I think,
Zero is a tough goal.
I think we're going to be adding people and payroll is what I'm worried about.
yes, we are.
To
We
run
have
this-
to.
To run this thing
Yes.
correctly.
Yep.
Especially if you're looking at upgrading code enforcement. You have a security officer and you ask them to get certified, do code, you can get to save a fine what you're paying me now.
Talking to your mic.
Well, I'm not going to get into the certified part, but I think with the newsletter that we're talking about, the code enforcement, the security, the meter readers, and
It costs money.
yeah, I mean, I think we have to be realistic and assume that the expenses are going to go up. Hopefully you can prevent them from going up too much, but they've got to go up. I can't see how they don't. I mean, the cost of labor.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, to get people to come out and do things, especially in Sebring, is very difficult these days. So that's a big nut right there.
Yeah.
You said 10?
I did.
Mike, you said 10?
Yeah.
I said,
Well, I think that's a good guess. I mean, but I think it
well,
might
it's a
be.
guess.
Yeah.
These are all guesses. I don't disagree.
7.5?
Make them even, 7 and 7.
That's
7
fine.
up in the revenues, 7 up in expenses.
Okay.
See what he can come up
That's
with.
from be a net zero.
I mean, this is just for him to see what he can come up with. This is on the general fund. Now, we can say the same thing on the utility fund. You want to go 7 and 7 just across the board? We can do that.
Because I think the revenue goal needs to go up higher.
Okay, that's fine. Let's have that conversation.
10%
So,
because I think we need to have a rate increase on water.
yeah. Okay.
So I think in order to start creating the funds necessary for stormwater and wastewater treatment, I think we need to get our revenue.
All right, so general fund will go 7 and 7. Utility fund revenues, you say what?
I said 10.
You said
I
10?
did too.
10? 10. Let's make it 10 on the revenues.
And-
Now, let me ask you this. The assessments don't come under the utility fund. That's in the general fund?
Yes.
Okay.
And with the utility, we're of course working on that rate case we'll bring back in July, and where
Right.
politically the board wants to go with the rate, it'll dictate the projects.
Right.
So I don't see a hard time with the utility making that happen, even with the great increases in costs we have. Labor-wise, we're doing pretty good too. I would say we're struggling because we got a couple of those positions for potential meter readers, trainees that we've interviewed people. But as far as that dual licensed operator position, even with all our advertising, we've struck out. I think I mentioned to a few of you that LaBelle was advertising for a dual operator at 30 to 35 an hour. We were at 20.
That's
To
close.
22, and that's a national engineering firm that contract maintenance that plant for LaBelle. So it's tough out there getting licensed people. Luckily, Joey's been pushing his folks to get licenses and giving them the hours on the plants. But
Well, I think it's a challenge because just from what I've learned since you've been here, that running the district is going to be, and to do it right, is going to be a lot more money than what we've been spending. I mean, it's clear that it's the costs are going to go up, but we got to run the district the way it should be. So,
in some cases,
and that's the number one thing is the district, not anything else.
sure, in some cases, the local governments have formed stormwater utilities, just like a water and wastewater utility. And what they do is they take those budgeted funds in theirs and move it over to the stormwater utility, and it's basically a separate fee you pay. You could pay it through your utility bill, and it kind of gets it out of the general fund, but lets people see what they're paying for. It's very transparent. You know, here's the projects in stormwater we're going to fund. You're paying a water bill, a sewer bill, and a stormwater bill. And that way you have it, and you could say $3 a month or something like that, like what the offset would be, but that's another idea to.
I mean, Mike's right. If we're spending money to improve the district, it's going to cost us money.
Right.
It's as easy as that.
Yeah, it just simply has to be done. I mean,
All right, so 10% on the revenue goal. What about the expenses?
I'd like to see it stay flat, but I realize that, I know there's an increase in labor costs, increase in supply costs.
oh, Craig, put it in front of you. That's it. Okay, thank you.
I said I put down flat originally, but I know there's labor cost increases and there's product cost increases also. So probably that is not realistic. But well, I know labor costs are going to, maybe more realistic is actually a 7% increase in revenue also, but, or in expenses. And even that's going to be hard to probably get, but.
Pick a number.
Hold it to 5%.
Beverly?
7.
Yeah, 7 or, this is on the expense side?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 7 or 10. I mean, because I think we're going to be shocked on what we should, I mean, there's so many things that aren't being done that should have been done. I just think the more you get involved, you're going to find them, more and more things. Yeah, it's just a whole different ball game now than what it was before.
All right, I got a 10, 7, 5.
I mean, I'll go with 7 if that's what you want, but I think I think it's going to be more than that.
Well, that's a goal.
realistically.
Let's 7%. Let's go with that and see what you come back with. So we got golf, a profit of 480,000, restaurant at a loss of 230,000. The general fund, the revenues up 7%, and the expenses, I can't read my own writing, go up 7% as well. And the utility fund revenues go up 10, and the expenses go up 7.
Correct.
Those are goals. We'll see how everybody does. When you come to make your presentation, you need to explain why you're off by whatever the amount is, if necessary. Any other questions on that? Any questions from the public? Okay, that brings us to new business. None. Discussion to and from board. Anybody have anything?
Just from the last meeting when Beverly asked about, are we going to have any money for some benches at the dog park?
Yes, we've got enough money in our budget for this fiscal year to get that done. We
Okay.
plan for things of that nature to come up in our repair and maintenance budget for recreation and community services, so that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
And the
Because
two,
I've had people ask me, and I know Bev asked at the last meeting, so it's just some people want to know, that's all.
and there are 2 orange chairs last night at 7 o'clock that were still there and there was nobody down there.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
There were 2 orange chairs left in the
In the
one
dog park?
closest to Sun and Lake Boulevard that were there last night at 7 o'clock.
Okay.
They leave them there, I think. They're there all the time.
Well, they need to be picked up and removed.
Sure. I mean, Okay, well, at that point, we would probably just need to file it as like a report to security and have them picked up, and then they would have to, I guess, pick them up from you, Bob, is that correct? Sure, yes, okay.
I just don't think they need to be there. I mean, they're reserving space. It's what they're doing for them and their dogs.
Anything else in board to board? All right, let's take a 2-minute, 3-minute break, and then we'll go into capital.
Then we're going into
I believe
capitals.
that's all that's left.
That's all that's left.
All right.
It's fine.
I'll give it Deb a set.
And here's the other thing.
Capital, 5-year capital plan. Now, I did ask Chris that on the first pass, we just have like a summary sheet and not all of the attachments describing everything. I thought it might be easier not to get into that at this point. Once we go through this list and eliminate anything that we decide to eliminate, the next time you see this, there will be all the supporting documents for each of the items that we've decided to carry forth or have another conversation on. So with that, we'll take them one at a time. Feel free to ask any questions. Some of this is understandable. Some of it needs an explanation, I'm sure. Some of it we will say it's good for now. We'll see what it looks like next budget recap on the on the capital plans, and some of it will say, no, it's not necessary, let's take it out now. So with that, Chris, you can start with the general fund.
Here we go. Well, the first sheet that you see that we have there was general fund, and it was golf. Oh, I'm sorry. No, we've got administration and recreation, security, roads and drainage from discussions. And these numbers all came from staff talking to them. And I said, if you don't ask for something, you're not going to get it. And if you ask for something, you're going to have to defend it. And just from budgeting, we might have to cut some things, but throw it out there and let's see where it ends up in the end after the budget's off.
Take them one by one.
Okay. Well, the network project, that is a number of items that we had put together, and I asked Mid-Florida IT to put together a list and a work plan of everything from the computer side that we need. And it was a pretty big bill, and we were going to break it up into phases, but I'd like to have Bill take a minute or two just to go over what we put together, how we put it together, and really where you see our primary needs.
Bill Daly from Mid-Florida IT. Hi. I think we're in the same place a little bit. We're not doing things the way we used to do. We've come in as a consultant in the past. I'm not handling any of my clients that way anymore. It's just too much of a liability. The biggest thing that I see as an issue here is our network. We've got a few upgrades that I've got here that they're a big change from my department. I think for the whole budget, it's not a huge change. There's a few other items that are listed here, like the VoIP phone system. The phones have been I think they're terrible. If we can change the phone system, that'll give us a lot more capabilities and actually save money in the long run. And then the security cameras are another thing that I've got listed here that currently they're not being managed. That's not something that we do. We've got an outside firm that we would use and recommend. Right now, most of them don't work. So in my opinion, I think we should totally replace that system.
And I'll add too, it's a huge bill. We haven't gone out for bid. We just asked for a quote. But you're looking at $45,000. And then you're looking at budgeting money to keep them in repair or a service contract every year. So it's significant. Of course, safety and security is a big item, but if you aren't going to manage them, if we have somebody come in and an incident happen, oh, you have a security camera here, that's one of the ones that doesn't work.
Where are these cameras located?
Oh, there's one right behind you.
Well, I mean, are we talking just this building or?
The whole organization. 45,000 would replace every camera here. So sorry.
So we're talking the clubhouse?
Right.
The district office?
The clubhouse is separate. Yeah, and that was on a separate, for you guys, it should have been together, but that was a separate bill that.
Is that listed here someplace else?
It's not.
Oh, it's not listed at all?
No, but I'll make sure you have that in the future.
Yeah, we have the full thing, but it's almost like if you're going to do it, good, do it right. But if you aren't, you're going to leave half your cameras not working. Just get out of the camera business.
How many cameras do we have?
16.
There's a lot more than that. I'd have to get you an actual number.
And I have a full proposal that goes building by building and what's there.
Correct.
And what isn't and what's in disrepair.
It's 45,000.
45,000 was the number
But
I got.
that's apparently without the club.
When you talk about the clubhouse, the part of that quote that we got.
The restaurant.
Does include the golf carts.
Right, the golf maintenance.
But it doesn't include the buildings at the golf course. I think that those are.
Does it include the inside of the clubhouse? The restaurant, is the restaurant included in this?
You guys are using the same vendor.
See, it should be on, they should have their own budgeted item for that. I mean, there's so much hid.
So all
Expenses.
of our entire camera system we just redid it with the same company that they got their proposal from 2 years ago. So our cameras they're up to date. They all work. They're good. In regards to, I think on the one proposal when I was looking at it, there was one for the cart barn, which is the only one that there is not one in the backside of the cart barn where the cart return is.
So this is the same system.
It's the same company that did that proposal, am I correct, it's Carlos, did ours in the clubhouse.
Because shouldn't they all be on the same system? I mean, they all should be tied together, right?
But they would be able to, I would assume, after this project, but he would need to tie the cart barn one in.
We got to
the one that I
stop
can
thinking golf and district. This is Sun and Lake.
I agree with that, because that's exactly
Totally
my agreement. My agreement with Sun and Lake is set up in two separate companies.
No.
So that's how I operate 100% as two individual entities. So
We pay the bill for it all.
you're right. We should change that.
We should change that.
Okay, I'll make it happen.
Should we not change that?
So the 45,000 that we're doing
There's something
is the cardboard barn
No,
and what?
it's this building. So the 45,000 is the district office, this facility,
Correct.
and that's it.
There's the tennis courts, there's unit 23, there's unit 4. And then there's one other location that we don't have yet that you've mentioned a couple of times we didn't get a quote for.
And-
That was 4?
And also the maintenance building.
Oh, and the maintenance building,
Maintenance
correct.
Okay.
So I think we're fine. Does anybody have any, we're good with that, aren't we?
I'm good with
Anybody
that.
have any?
Oh, no, we need to do it, or like Chris said, get out of the business.
And one thing we talked about too is very similar to having a successful website. You need to have somebody that takes ownership of those security cameras and is in charge of it. I would think that we migrate that to Bob and security.
Let's get
I mean,
them.
just thinking about it, but somebody needs to take ownership to continue it to work.
And Chris, I think we need it broke down in different departments. I mean, if the golf course has some, they should have it in their budget. If the utilities have it, they should have it in their budget, and we should have Sun and Lakes in their budget. I mean, at least where we know what it's costing each individual department. I mean, there's so much stuff hidden. I mean, we're gonna get into this and it's gonna be one thing after another that doesn't show up on the budget except Sun and Lake's budget.
And we will do a breakout with those
Good,
items, similar to other things, like I said, and previously they didn't have cameras at the wastewater plant and the water plant, but that's one thing DEP comes in and says, you don't have a camera in your facility because of Homeland Security, so we're remiss in not having.
So 45,000 will take care of all of our camera security needs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Anybody disagree to that?
No.
What is this network project? That's 33,000. You said that's a whole bunch of different stuff?
Bill, when we talked about doing the network upgrades, I think the first 4 or 5 things on your list. And
Yeah, let me pull out my numbers. So that is the cost of new firewalls that are up to current standards for every single location. We went through and did an audit about a month ago and identified a couple of pretty big vulnerabilities, in my opinion, that I'd rather not talk about on record, that need to be changed. And there's also that goes along with that. The Senate just passed, and I can send it to you guys separately. I think it's H20 7055 that's requiring us to do cyber training, that's requiring us to make a lot of these upgrades.
Anybody disagree for the first pass? VoIP phone system.
So currently we're using it's antiquated. We're using an antiquated phone system. It doesn't work a lot of the time. Anytime we make a change, the phone person has to come on site. I think we've had a lot of complaints about it. A VoIP system would give us the ability to make changes all from one central place. And as a side, it costs less money also.
And how long a period of time does that take?
To implement?
Yeah.
Usually the longest part is porting the phone numbers over, a couple of months.
Okay, my recommendation on that is do it now.
Do it immediately, yeah.
Don't make it a capital, it's $10,000.
And one of the reasons we looked at that too, when you talk about cost savings, and people are like, we have to buy these new phones. Well, you do, but you're no longer paying that monthly phone charge for that phone sitting on your desk. So after about a year and a half, you've paid for everything and you're not getting that repetitive phone bill and fax bill. And some of those phones that are sitting on your desk, if you get up and go, you just hit the button and it ports the call
All
to
right,
your cell phone.
we're going to take that out, and that could be done now. Advent Fitness Center contribution,
That's just something I put in there if the board wants to consider, still talking to Advent. They want us to participate at some level in their fitness center funding. Some of the people are, great idea, full service up there, physical therapists, et cetera. Some people don't. They think, and we looked at it as a business case of shutting our little fitness center in here and saving some
Okay.
money. And
let me ask, who is interested in going to, or supporting that, their new facility that they're building?
I am.
Okay.
I want to close this though.
Yeah. close
Yes,
this one and support that.
My thought process would be cost neutral. Supposedly cost us about $50,000 a year. Put $50,000 in for Advent. Close that,
Yeah, Craig, I'm been in favor of that, but we need to, and I talked to Randy about it, that we need to be able to, our 10 people that are using this, they need to accommodate them before we close this. And he said they could. So,
They don't have a facility.
well, they got something there that they have it there already, Ray, but for what?
How many years away is their facility?
Sir?
How
Oh,
many
and it-
years away is
Oh,
this wellness center?
I'd say 2 years till it
Yeah.
opens. They're finishing the money raising right now.
They haven't broken ground on it.
Nope.
Yeah,
Well,
but
it's going to be more than 2 years.
they have a facility where you can, a lot better than what we have here in this little thing that could take care of but we need not to throw away the 10 people that are using this.
And I've talked to them about a bridge.
Yeah,
a place
and
to
that's
have
what
our
I talked
equipment, a place that they can go, and the people who are on silver sneakers can continue to use that. So
Because I think at one time, 4 or 5 years ago, we were going to close it, and then all of a sudden we bought a $15,000 a piece of equipment, which we couldn't do anything about because the general manager bought it. It's under 25,000. So those are the things that we all have to work as a team if we're.
How much does it cost us a year to run it? Nothing. But how much does it cost us?
I'd have to go back and look through. We've done a couple of the breakdowns with that regards with the cost of cleaning, maintaining the equipment, the supplies that go in, the one that insurance. I don't have any numbers as far as, I don't know how we would break out like the like power and things of that nature of that building.
Well, based on what these guys are recommending is we need a number, and that's the number that we're saying we would want to give to the facility, the wellness center, right?
The number that was thrown out back, my memory says 50,000.
A year for that?
Well, I think the part of that, Ray, is the equipment that we buy over us. Because like I said, you buy one piece of equipment and it's $10,000 or $15,000, one
So
piece of equipment.
You guys are recommending that we give them $50,000 a year?
If I can interject, it was 20. And if I can interject there, one of the things that was discussed was the bridge program. Because we're all fully aware that they have not broke ground yet. My understanding is they have to raise at least, I think it was 50% of the funds before they have the ability to actually break ground. I'm happy to circle back with Kristen and see where they are in that, and if they think they're still around that 2-year timeline, kind of what their thought process is. I know that obviously we all met with them on an individual basis and kind of talked through some of that discussion. I think we're at a point where obviously if this is something the board decides that we are going to do a contribution, we can start some more formal, like legitimate formal conversations and talk about what a bridge program might look like. But I think we need to be at a point where we are looking at truly doing the contribution before we continue those conversations with
Well,
them.
It sounds to me that we have 3 people here who want to go ahead with it.
Okay.
I can do the math, 3 out of 4, that means we're going ahead with it.
Even 3
To
out of
me,
5.
to me, the important thing is the bridge. I mean,
Yes,
and
exactly.
he has promised me that he will get,
So yes,
that can work.
we
So
stressed in those meetings that 2 of the most important things that we felt for our residents was going to be that discounted rate, that they were going to be able to come and join at a discounted rate, and that we needed some sort of a bridge program so that the few people that do use that gym, we weren't leaving them
Right.
high and dry. And that's something that they felt was attainable without a doubt. So if we are ready to go into some more formal conversations, I'm happy to reach out to Kristen and start arranging
It
that.
sounds like it's 3, like we're ready to go into it. However, I do want to know what a realistic date is if they think they're going to have it
Yes,
done.
I will
'Cause
ask her
I'm
for an
thinking,
update.
I got to tell you, it's 7 years away. I guarantee you.
I'll ask for
They
an
don't have the
update.
money.
I'll ask for an update on their fundraising. They had a substantial amount pledged before they even did their first event, their tournament here. I think they're closer than we think to that halfway mark.
last I heard was 1.3 million they had. That's the
That's
last
not
I,
even close.
I know, but that's,
They wanted 5, they got 1.3, that's.
well, that was
That means
was
they
quite
were
a while ago.
they were halfway
let's
there.
find-
Yeah,
let's find
they were
out.
over halfway there before the campaign launched.
We're
So
going
I
to
will
leave
talk
that
to
one
Kristen.
empty at this point in time. If indeed you find out that they are seriously interested or have the capabilities of giving us a deal, check out the price of what ours runs a year, and that'll be starting point for the dollar amount that we will give.
Got it.
Is that fair enough? We can debate that number if we don't like it.
Yep.
Yeah.
They are a significant customer of ours.
Yes.
Not only utility-wise, but money they spend at the restaurant and club. And if we lose that.
Not to mention with money we give them. We give them $5,000 or so every year, don't we? If I'm not mistaken. All right, let's go on to the next one. Seal Club parking lot, 45,000.
Yeah, that's just 2 items had for preventative maintenance, that if we can get out there and seal coat the lot, the paving will last a lot longer. So I just put in the club parking lot sealing next year and the year after to do the maintenance lot in the back.
Any comments?
Leave it.
Move it. You all do know that this is $24 million worth of stuff. To seal a parking lot when there's nothing wrong with it yet. Hell, we can't even paint the damn, what do you call those things, the parking spots, those blocks? We can't even paint those in the same color. Are we going to do that, by the way? Do you really, what do you call those bumpers where the cars go in the parking lot?
Yeah, the
The
block.
car pulls up to
Block they call it, or
that,
stop.
we can't even get them all the same color. We started painting them yellow, and then we missed half of them. So we walked away and didn't finish it.
I'll look into some paint and get the guys.
I know, but I've been, it's.
Hey, you want them yellow?
You want to seal the lot? Maybe we should paint the things that we haven't painted yet. You want to leave that? I say no.
Well,
I say move
in
it.
order to maintain blacktopping, you have to seal it. I don't know what to do. If it's due or not due. If it's due, then I think we should do it.
We just did it a couple of years ago.
I'm only going to interject my opinion. You don't have to like it. This is just a common opinion in our office. The seal coating looks pretty. That's its main function. Unfortunately, it really doesn't extend the life of the asphalt that much. That's up to you whether or not you want to. It can, if you have crack problems, don't get me wrong, it can help, but ultimately your asphalt's your asphalt. If your asphalt's not degrading to the point where it's falling apart, it's not going to add a lot of usable life, because after 2 years it wears back off. I'm sure you've seen it in other places it's used. It might be better to just save the money for a few extra years and just overlay it like we do the roads. If you're worried about the integrity. If we have a problem with the asphalt, that's a different story, but that's my opinion and of our office. But you can always, there's nothing wrong with painting it. seal coating it, but it's not going to provide a lot of structural integrity.
Okay.
Okay.
That's,
Based on that, you guys want to keep it or move it?
Move it.
Do we have a lot of cracks out there?
On the maintenance side,
The what?
There's potholes and cracks, and it definitely needs to be restriped, and at least the stop box painted, like you said.
We're talking about your building?
Both buildings, maintenance facility and clubhouse.
I'll be back. We just built the maintenance thing 4 or 5 years ago, right?
the maintenance, you're talking about the maintenance facility?
I think we have to move them.
I would save up a little bit and maybe add it into the paving budget and then just overlay it.
I move it out to 25 and 26.
Definitely patch the potholes if we have them, but I would just overlay it if you're gonna spend that much.
Is that still just seal coating or does that mean paving?
Overlay it.
Overlay.
Yeah.
Move it to, let's for the time being, move it to 25 on the 45 and 26 on the 40. There's other, I think there's other things that we have to do. Recreation, playground renovation, 350,000. I assume we're a go with that puppy?
It's still at the state level right now. We have to wait. I actually spoke with Corbett last week asking for any updates that he had, and it's right now we're basically at the mercy of the state and finding out whether or not we're approved for the funds that we submitted the application for.
We submitted for what, 50%?
The FERDAP $200,000,
200,000 we submitted for?
which was 50%.
When did that get submitted? You know?
It was last year, the month, I cannot remember. For some reason, I'm thinking it was somewhere in the August neighborhood, August,
I was thinking
September.
July.
Okay,
Yeah.
so somewhere kind of late summer, early fall neighborhood. I can go back and find the date when it was due. My understanding is don't expect to hear anything before July,
Yeah,
is what I've been told,
that would be right.
on whether or not we get the funding. If we get the funding, then we're all clear. The board has already approved that we are going to use Rep Services as the contractor for that. So as soon as we know how much money we're dealing with, because right now we're talking about half of the project, $200,000, that we're waiting to hear if we're going to get in a grant.
Right.
And if not, then we had the little version that we can do that.
Right, we budgeted $350,000 total for the project. If we get the grant funding, it would end up squashing out to $200,000 of FERDAP money, $200,000 of Sun and Lake money. It has to be a 50-50 split.
Or 175, right? It could be less, couldn't it?
I believe so.
I have to believe so. They'd be happy. I don't want to spend more than 350 if that's what it's going to cost us just to get a grant.
Sure, so.
The other thing that I have a concern over is this whole thing was sold to us, and correct me if I'm wrong, on the concept that it was dangerous for kids.
It
right
is.
now.
It is.
So can we really afford to wait if it's dangerous?
I wouldn't be opposed to taking it down now. It would just be a matter of understanding that there's nothing there in the interim. It's not in good shape. It hasn't been in good shape.
I mean, are we putting ourselves in a position that may come back and bite us by having it there?
By having the current one there?
Yeah.
I mean,
Did the insurance people look at that?
they did, and it's an at your own risk. One of the things that I mentioned in my update was that it was suggested that we get gates to go on the fence that goes around those, and so we have ordered those gates, and Brooker's going to be installing
I thought
those.
that was the dog park.
No,
gates.
no. That's the playground.
Are those fences and gates going to be usable in the new? Well, then how much are we spending on
the gates?
Gates.
It's almost $1,000 for the two gates, but to have it open in a place where it's.
You can't afford not to have
Have a
them.
gate,
But
especially a children's.
if the
spot.
equipment is dangerous and somebody might get hurt, maybe we ought to take it down now.
Well, we took a few pieces of equipment out of there that were broken off and.
But what about the rest? If it's a safety hazard, I think it's got to go now. I mean, some of you guys got to make that call. I don't know what it looks like. But if it's a problem, I wouldn't leave it up, regardless of when we build a new one. I know we're going to build a new one. But if we have to wait because of the funding issue, I certainly don't want to put us in a situation that we're going to end up regretting.
Okay.
If we start this project, does that keep us from getting the funding?
If we, yes, I believe we can't do any, we cannot start anything with this project until we
And that's why
know.
it's still up.
Correct.
Yeah, it's
And
all-
I would honestly, that's a great point. I would need to check. I would probably check with Corbett or even the rep that I've talked to in Tallahassee to see if there would be any repercussions of us taking down the current existing structure right now before. My understanding was basically don't touch anything. Leave it be because they take pictures of what's there.
Well,
So
then maybe we ought to just not allow people on it.
I
Just
will.
close it down. Yeah, if you have to leave the structure up. But
We can also go back over there and look at what's left after because like Chris said, there was some stuff that was taken out because some of it in there was just flat dangerous. So
We have some of the insurance report, they came out and.
Can Kaylee help us get that moving?
Oh, yeah, sure. We can try.
At least, to find out where we're at so that we can.
And the issue with that is that whole grant is a reimbursement type thing. You're putting the money out, so they don't want you like us building it now and then coming into their next fiscal year.
But maybe she can expedite it through this process for us. We can try it.
Well, you guys let us know about the safety and what you want to do.
Sure.
Obviously, we're leaving it in there for the time being.
yes.
I guess that recreation master plan, there's no dollar there, so we're just going to take that out, I assume. Bocce ball courts for $65,000. That was my great idea from 5 years ago. I don't really care. I think we have other priorities at this point.
I do too.
I would agree.
I would take the bocce ball, just take it out. As much as it hurts me to say so. The pool. I think, well, you guys, comments on the pool? I still think we got to do it. I think we got to do it. I mean, look at what we got. The place is getting bigger. We have a kiddie pool. I mean, that's what we have, a children's pool. We have, or a young adult pool. I don't know what you call it. We don't have a pool for adults.
I agree.
Hopefully it doesn't cost that much.
I'm afraid it may cost more. I bet it costs more.
I think for the time being, we have to leave. I would recommend to leave it. Anybody disagree? Promenade, 130,000.
I'd take that out.
We can't do what we want to do, so why leave it in?
Okay, bye-bye. Parking
Actually,
expansion.
I think I would take the 130 and the 65 that we just took out and put it on the pool, but bring it up to 2 million. Because it's going to be that plus. And there's no.
You think the pool's going to be 2 million?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Let's change it to 2 million. I know, first pass, it's fine. We're going to keep it is what we said. Parking expansion for the recreation center, 950,000.
I think if you do the pool, you're probably going to have to expand your parking.
I think once we put the pool in, if they tell us that they need more parking, we can address it at that point in time.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
It's also dog
Until
park.
then, I think I would take it out. Anybody disagree?
Nope.
No, one thing we didn't include on this, but there has been some talk about it, was increasing the size of the dog park, having another unit out there.
Yeah, we did talk about that, but you think that would fall under capital to expand
You
it?
put a new fence up and, you're basically creating a new piece of it, so it's not maintenance.
And we would, I think if we did expand that, whether it's expanding what's there existing or if we did one like in another location on the property, I think we would need to address parking in that instance. That's one of the biggest.
Parking is a problem.
So there's obviously a small golf cart lot, but other than that, folks are having to either park here at the community center or down at the sheds and walk. it's just known so that it's not necessarily a huge problem right now, in my opinion. However, if you make the dog park bigger, I think that we would
Well,
need
it
to
was just
keep.
the one side, I mean, it was just the big dog part, the big part of the dog area, not the small dogs, right?
Well, there was 19 small dogs at it a couple of weeks ago in the small, but it just needs to be, the entrance of it needs to be moved to maybe the back. Because it does look, I mean, I've had a few complaints it does look bad when we have 6, 7 carts, golf carts out the front with cars trying to stop. I mean, we need to move
That's a good idea.
we need to move the entrance to the dog park maybe to the back where the golf carts can get out of because it looks pretty shady with all those carts in front.
I would agree with that.
That would be nice.
We just need to get
I like the idea of putting the
entrance in the back and then we can put that down, Craig, but
But I don't think that's capital, is it? Surely that,
Was the capital when we put it in first time?
the whole thing was 15,000
Yeah, it's,
to do the whole facility last time. It can't cost more than 15,000 to enlarge it.
no, the only thing with capital is typically they look at it over $5,000 in new construction versus repair and replacement or maintenance work. So it's just nomenclature.
I mean, I wouldn't mind, talking with somebody in the district and going over and seeing what we can do and then maybe getting a quote, but it just needs to be enlarged a little and the entrance needs to be moved.
Let's add on dog park expansion, try and come up with a number based on what
Okay.
we're saying. I
Would
like
you-
the idea of the coquina path. I like the idea of the entry from the rear. Those are both good ideas.
So-
See what will happen.
Are so are you saying like an actual parking area that is coquina? Okay. Because
Yeah.
we'll have to kind of look at too where that entrance can be. Like where would they
Yeah.
enter from there? So
And it's just for the golf carts.
Yeah, it's not for
parking.
regular cars.
So leaving the cars where they are down at the sheds,
Yes.
but making
Right.
a larger expanded golf cart
Right.
parking.
Right.
Golf carts only.
And they can, a lot of them park right here and walk. That's,
It's equidistant, honestly, between parking here and walking to the dog park and parking your car at the cart over at the sheds and walking. It's not that different.
Because a lot of times I'm parked over there where you did those 3 parking spots. I'm the only one and there's 7, 8, 9, 10 carts parked right in front.
Right.
So we just need to move that.
Okay, we're going to add that on, come up with a number. Security. I'm not interested in talking about
A new vehicle.
vehicles until we straighten out the other situation.
good.
Plus, I mean, do we have to spend so much money on a security vehicle?
Well, if you look at the
I
price
mean,
of
can't it be a
vehicles
Chevy?
these days.
Yeah, that's not much of a, that's just a standard vehicle.
Yeah.
Is that what it's come down to?
Yep.
Give them a golf cart.
Huh? Another gator.
Yeah.
All right, but again, we'll have the conversation on equipment. when
And I
we
will
see what
say
they got.
recently, we went to, when I got that Tacoma and we had that $30,000 budget, well, a base Toyota Tacoma 4-cylinder, they gave it to me MSRP at 30,000, but none of the other dealers are even doing that. And if I tried to find an F-150 or a Ford Ranger, I'm in that 42, 45.
Yes, you are.
Do remember what Bob said when he was here, there's only one person at security at a given time. So to me, that means there's only need for one vehicle, the way he explained it. And I know they have more than one vehicle. So we'll look at the equipment for the vehicles like we discussed later. All right, roads and drainage, the equipment, $622,000, which is really 500. I mean, we don't need to have 21, 22 in there, I don't think, for next time, since that's already been put to bed. So I went down to roads and drainage, equipment. It's 622, but you got to take out this year's 85, is what I meant.
Okay.
I'm not, who's that, Drew? Who's asking for this?
Technically George. Yeah, it's George's equipment list and the leased equipment.
All right, is this vehicles or is this just equipment? What is this?
That's just equipment.
To do what?
It's all their cutting and mowing and side attachments and.
Oh, so this is part of their list, so the equipment list? We'll wait on that
We're
one.
going to look at, right?
We'll look at that one later then.
Yeah.
Signs for F-350 for signs and equipment,
Well, that's,
65,000?
Well, those were two requests directly from George, and the side mower attachment was something he thought they really needed. But he was looking for a big work truck like an F-350 that has a flatbed on the back that they can go around and react to things and put signs on it. Evidently, they used to have one like that and don't anymore. But
Yeah, he said right now they don't have like a centralized location or a vehicle that they can store all their sign, extra posts, equipment, everything else on that they use to repair signs or do any work to them. And that's what he was trying to look for, is get a vehicle that could have all that on it. I think right now they have to like throw it in the gator, piecemeal what they need and take it out there on a trailer or with a gator. But he was just trying to get a piece of equipment that could handle, store all the stuff they need, nuts, bolts, extra signs, posts, all the equipment would be in one location.
What kind of equipment? What kind of equipment? Huh?
Yeah, it's a whole truck.
And it's a custom built storage for the signs.
So he wants equipment for 500 some odd thousand, then he wants an F-350 for another 65,000? I think that may be a bit much.
And the sign.
A mothership, I would call it.
Yes, it's
It's what he's looking for.
Where's he gonna park it?
In his
He's got it
yard.
on the grass now. Do we have to cite him?
Yes, it'll be
No,
right
that's, no.
Yeah, I
we
think
don't.
that's an example truck. that
Where,
he's looking
seriously,
for.
where does he park this?
I know.
It would
I
have
don't
to be at
think
the
you
maintenance
find it
facility. I don't,
65,000. Just saying.
The truck's gonna cost more than 65,000.
Absolutely, thank you.
How often do you have to go out and replace signs?
Weekly. They get brought down from the tractor trailers, turning the corners and stuff.
Well, yeah, I know that. We've had some of that already.
All right, we'll just, unless you come up with a better explanation, that's out.
Trailer's a lot cheaper.
Side mower attachment for 12,000.
it's technically not from what I understand, that's technically not a side mower attachment. It's for the skid steer that they already have. It's a mowing head, like a bush hog head, that they can actually maintain the ditches that we have. Because right now you can't drive a regular tractor down most of our ditches. So they'd be able to actually drive their skid steer.
Okay,
Huh?
that's not a bad idea.
And yes, I would definitely recommend keeping that if we can, because that's.
So the side mower attachment for the skids.
Yeah, it should be for a skid steer.
Basically a front mower.
Yeah.
They could use the skid steer to go down the ditches.
Correct.
Okay, we'll leave that one.
Don't get mowed now.
Correct. That's, well, we'll get into that later. But.
Storm system rebuild, there's nothing there, so we'll just take that out, I guess. Oh, is this?
Yeah, the first one is.
Oh, okay. So this is the $5 million deal, right?
Right. And I have it indicated there, SRF, where the funding would come from. And I just put the design and permitting in next year, contingent on us getting approved, and then 2 years worth of construction.
So this is a $5 million loan we're asking for.
Correct.
And these loans are payable over what?
20 years.
20 years. So it's a 20-year, 5-year loan, which we start to pay back
when the project's complete.
When the project's complete. So if we give them the project and we say it's going to take us 2 years to do it, we start paying 2 years after the completion date if we're on schedule?
After the project's complete, you start paying. It has to be done.
So we would not be paying, let's say, so that 4.2 million, if we started it on 23, 24, we wouldn't begin paying it until 26 or 27.
Correct. And you basically, the same thing, you're paying for it up front and then taking draws and they reimburse you. So it's on your schedule, you let them know, but
Did I say that right? So am I right?
I think it's, actually- well, if it's completed in 24, 25, I would say in fiscal year 25, 26, we have to start paying.
All right, so have we applied for this 5 million? We have asked for,
Drew's working on a facilities plan. We hope to bring that to you next month, have the public hearing, then it goes to DEP.
I thought Ariel submitted something to somebody on the drainage
She
plan.
did a request for inclusion, which is to get the list, to get the project on their list to consider. But they have to have that facilities plan, and it's a 45-day review period. And then we're planning on that going to their August funding meeting. They do it twice a year, and then get it approved in October.
So we still have a report that's going to come back to us that says if indeed we need to spend this $5 million,
Show you what
correct?
you're going to spend it on.
That's the first thing. We're going to get back a report that says, yes, you're right. This is what needs to be done, and this is how much approximately it should cost.
Correct.
And that's coming next month.
Yes, sir. Second meeting is when we're planning on
Okay,
doing it.
so that's coming next month. So if we put it into next year's budget, how much do we have to put, what is this 750,000 to design and permitting?
Engineering, design, and permitting, all the work you're going to do out there, you're going to have to redesign it, re-permit it.
In preparation to do the actual work.
Correct.
So is that part of the loan?
Yes.
So that's part of the loan as well.
The
So
loan.
theoretically, next year, we pay zero.
Correct.
And the year after, if it's a 2-year project, we pay zero.
Correct.
And then the 2 years after that, we pay zero. And then we start to pay it down.
Yeah, when the project's finished, and yeah, that's the way it is.
Am I doing it right?
Yeah.
So,
So this is not,
But if you're expending that money and then requesting that money back, depending on that time period too, you have to have that money. Like, let's say at the end of that 2 years or your projects are done. Okay, we paid this, we want it back, but you have to have the money there to pay them to get your money reimbursed. And the reason I said that is I worked in several of these loans, and the entity had to go out and get a loan to pay for everything up front. And then when they got the loan reimbursement, they paid the loan off.
run that by me one more.
Yeah.
I don't quite understand.
so you have to have it before you.
The SRF funding is on a reimbursement basis. So if they approve us for $5 million, it's like on a draw, but we have to pay it up front, and then we send them in a pay request for them to send us.
Okay, and then we start paying them to.
Yeah. We start paying.
So
But we have to have
they're
the
gonna
money to
give
pay
us,
the contractor as
We have
that
to
goes
show
along.
them.
but they're gonna give us the loan money before the project is over. Well, before we can even start the
Yeah, you
project.
start drawing it.
Absolutely.
As soon as they approve it, you can start sending them invoices.
So we're still looking at then, correct me if I'm wrong, a $5 million loan that we would need to start paying off 26, 27? Or 27, 28?
Yeah, 26, 27.
26, 27. So do we know or have any idea, and I know it's a guess at best, if we borrowed $5 million from whomever for 20 years, what we would have to pay back yearly?
We'll have an amortization schedule on that. We put one together and we'll have it at the public.
Because that's what we need to know.
Yeah.
Because that's the key number is what we have to pay every year for the next 20 years.
Correct. And right now, the SRF loan fund is still down in that like 1% interest rate. It
So-
hasn't jumped up yet. I assume it's going to be with the raising of the interest rates, but with their federal money and what they're using it for, they're always below market.
So we should be able then to come up with a number for the next capital meeting that we put in the 26, 27 for this project and take away the 750 and the other three numbers.
So we have to spend that money in order to get it.
Right.
So wouldn't we still want it in there?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, you'd probably want a percentage. So every time your pay request came in, say it was like 250,000 every month or something, assuming they're going to cut us a check back within another month, you'd be out the 250 or 300,000 for that pay period. And then you'd be sending in your reimbursement. So
Well, if we
it
have,
might not
if
be-
we have our $6 million reserved,
Exactly.
Right.
then we have it.
Yeah, I agree.
Exactly.
I agree.
Okay.
No, I agree.
So
You just have to show that you're,
But don't we still want it there?
Yes,
Yes.
we have to have it there.
Yeah.
I don't
it's
think
gonna
we
be
move it.
reimbursed. It's not an expense.
do we know if it's going to be reimbursed within like 90 days or 60 days from the
Typically, when
payout?
you send that reimbursement in, it's 30 days, they're cutting you your check.
Okay, so we'd at least need to have the money sitting there, whatever the expected monthly fees are, depending on who's going to be doing the work, how fast they get done. We might have to cut a check for $500,000 and then wait 30 days or 60 days to get the check
Yeah,
back
but if
from
we
the
have a
loan.
$6 million,
Right, well, that's where you'd have to have something allocated, so you know you're going to take some of that out temporarily.
But it's in essence cost, what you're saying is cost neutral, because you pay it out and you get it right back, so.
so how do you can't really show
So
it.
you can't show it here. You're showing when we start paying it out, paying it back is when we have it in the cash.
That's when it goes in, it doesn't come back.
Yeah, it doesn't, yeah.
And you could show that on the revenue side too, as SRF loan and, mimic these figures.
I mean, I think for the sake of this exercise on how much we're going to actually spend, I think you show it in 26, 27, whatever that payment plan for 20 years would be.
I agree.
Yeah, and I'll get an amortization schedule and attach it.
Oh, you're going to have to do it for the water plant too, which we haven't gotten to.
Yep.
And then take those 3 out and just call it drainage program or whatever you want to do. We okay with that? Doing it that way?
Well, it doesn't make any difference. I mean, whether we leave it in or not, I don't care.
It makes a big difference because we're going to put in what our payments are going to be. For
I
20
know,
years.
but it's still,
But any money we spend, Mike, within those 23, 24, 25, we immediately bill them. So it's going to be.
what, I just meant we change it next, after it's done, but we can do it now. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I know in my mind what we're gonna do, so. Yeah. So that's fine.
We're okay? Try it this way?
Before we switch topics, I might have missed it, but do we still have our yearly paving and drainage projects that are supposed to be in this list, or are they located somewhere else?
We're going to put that in the regular budget.
Okay.
The 300,000 for, I assume you'll resubmit that, the road money is always, and the drainage money is always.
Okay, I was just making sure I didn't miss it on here.
Yeah, this is that project that you did over and above.
Okay.
Which supposedly catches us up for the last 20 years. Right? Well, that's what it is.
Yep.
Okay, page 2, water and sewer operations.
Yeah, that's only 13 million.
Yeah, lucky us.
You'll also see a number of these things on the wastewater treatment plant and those big dollar items, 10 million of it, again, is designated SRF.
So on that treatment plan, we're going to treat that the same way as we are the drainage. So that $10 million is going to be redirected. And what we're actually going to end up with, when we see this next, is the kind of payment that we're biting off starting in 2026 for the next 20 years. And that becomes very important because of capitals down the road, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, sir. And on those capital costs and that loan repayment, that'll be in the formula for the rate case, because that's where that P&I will come from. So again, the utility, it's a little different because the general fund wouldn't be paying it, and be the ratepayers paying it back, and from those connection fee increases that we did.
Okay, so we're going to change that as they are. So the first one then is the infiltration line repairs.
Right.
For $1.5 million.
Yeah, that's just a yearly thing that we're going to try to go through and fix manholes and the older lines in the system that are 40 years old.
But that should be part of the regular budget, because we don't even know what it is.
Right.
So we're not, I mean, we're assuming that's things that are going to happen, and I would incorporate that into the regular budget. I don't see that as a capital because we have no specifics. Is that correct?
Yes, you can do it that way because it is R&R. It's repair and maintenance work more than a straight capital expense.
I would take that out. Meter system replacement.
And I put that in there because we did get a proposal from Camstruck, and we also worked with the other vendor, but they said if we wanted to, that they would work with us on getting the financing, doing it over 10 years, and you could start on the meter project in October at $125,000 a year payment, which again would be pushed into that rate case, pushing the rates up some to pay that P&I. And I just brought that forward. And the vendor said, well, if you go ahead and approve it, we can lock the prices in for you now because those are also going up. But we will give the board an out that if you decide not to move forward with it in August, that you can just cancel the whole thing, cancel the equipment, and move forward as we are, as just buying meters as needed with new construction.
Comments? Thoughts?
I think we need to leave it in there. Yeah.
And I'll bring financing specifics, and again, $125,000 into a rate case is, yearly water bills, you're really looking at $0.10 a month for each customer.
All right, so Beverly, you okay?
I am,
We'll leave that for the next pass.
okay.
Automatic flushers,
Yeah, we did the 20,000, it was in the budget, well, this year, and then we were asking for another 42,000 to put additional ones in the system. And it's really just water quality, keeping the water fresh and putting it in our dead ends and on the outer areas of the system.
but is this something that you know what you're going to buy, or is this something you're anticipating we're going to have to buy? I mean, it's a difference how I treat capital. Capital is when you know you got a problem, you're going to fix it, and you need extra money. This, to me, if we don't have specifics, sounds like it should be part of the budget, not capital.
Well, it's new equipment, and that's why we have it under capital, it's not replacing an existing.
So it's equipment we have to buy.
Right. It's
And you
brand new.
know what it is, or you,
Yeah, matter of fact, we just ordered 4 of those units, and we'll be installing those in the next 30 days, over
is that the 4 units you were? So you need more of them.
And really, to explain it to you, it's like Tanglewood does pretty good when it's full, when everybody leaves for the summer. The water doesn't go through there real quick, and it's not real fresh. So we put a flusher on the other side of Tanglewood and help move that water. Same thing up by Pebble Beach. The outer bands where there's utility lines and no one's drawing off those, that water tends to get stagnant and it backs up. So it's really a water quality, and we want to put one on the backside of the hospital.
Is this something that we need every year? Or
No,
is this
we
a
should
one-time, we're good?
Yeah, once we have that number in, we should have the whole system set and have all our dead ends done.
Okay, what do you guys want to do, leave it for now?
Leave it.
All right, replace low-pressure sewer lines.
Yeah, and,
Unit 5, Barbarossa, Cantoria.
Yeah, that was for the first year, and this was the same thing we did over on Barbarossa with the recent ditch cleaning. We said we wanted to go in at the same time and replace that force main and all those check valves and the service lines coming from the house because they were old and that line was leaking real bad, and it was also undersized. We went from 2-inch to 3-inch. So, and I can let Joey expand on this a little bit, but we're just gonna, as we go into ditch cleaning and do those other old units that have that same setup in them, like the Unit 5 on Barbarossa.
Yeah.
On our end, sorry, Joseph Sleeve, Supervisor of Utilities. On our end, that system is becoming a headache. And the pipe that is in there is actually a 2.5-inch pipe. It's almost nearly impossible to find a fitting. You have to order almost everything. So we're trying to, one, upgrade to a larger size, less pressure, back pressure on all the homes, especially during rainy season. The last 3 streets, they back up every rainy season. And we pretty much are at a point where we tell the customer, let the rain stop, give it a few hours. If it's still going off, call us back. Because from Almeria up, it's all going to start backing up. And it's.
So I assume it's more than just Unit 5 and Barbarossa. Or is that all it is?
There's room to upgrade throughout. I would say probably the next area that's going to be questionable is off Menorca by Columbus. That Savone, I don't know the name of the area. Sorry, off the top of my head. But that area has a tendency to back up as well. Like Sioux Drive, they about once a year they're going to call and complain about backing up, and we have to go bleed every line. Yeah.
I think we need.
I guess it's kind of like, though, is it really just a repair? Or is it?
That would be a total replacement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I don't believe it belongs in capital. I would put it in your regular budget. It's like the roads and the drainage. I mean, we do 300,000 for roads every year. If we've got to do 75,000 every year for low pressure sewer lines, that's how I would view it as opposed to a capital expense. We okay with that? Anybody
Yeah,
disagree?
no.
And on those smaller pump systems, where they have the emergency lights, the analogy that was given to me is when it rains real hard, when you look down the street, it looks like Christmas because all those lights are off and people get really concerned, but it just happens every time it rains because there's so many holes in those lines.
Let's move it to the budget.
Okay, but still, when you move it to the budget, I mean, we're all sitting here knowing that we're gonna have a whole bunch of expense coming up with all this stuff. I mean, and, it's gonna get big because of stuff we haven't done in the past. So I don't mind having it in there to do it ahead of time before it breaks, but I don't care because we're gonna have to come up with the money sometime anyway. But these are just stuff that, one of these days, we're gonna be hit with some monumental bills, We're gonna be hit with some big bills sometimes on emergencies. So
If we don't do this stuff, it's gonna be worse.
that's what I meant. That's what I meant. I wouldn't mind keeping it in there to just
But
do it.
I want to keep it in there, just so, I don't want to call it capital.
Okay.
Okay, manhole replacement, $220,000. I assume that's a specific manhole, right?
Yes and no. I mean, it's yearly. Last year, the year before last, sorry, excuse me, whatever it was, we ended up replacing 2 manholes on the fly, and it cost us a whole bunch of extra money, it seemed like, because it was emergency.
That's regular budget, man. I mean, this stuff, if you've got a specific problem that we have to address, that's fine.
We do have a few that are starting to, not cavitate around, but settle in around, and
But you got to put the regular, I want this done, but I want it in the regular budget where it belongs. This doesn't belong in capital. Anybody disagree? You guys can disagree.
If it's a repair, it belongs in expense.
these are planned for full replacement. This won't be a repair, if you will.
Influent meters, unit 4 and 23.
To my knowledge, we're the last place in the county that doesn't have influent meters and or auto samplers. And I'm anticipating from the last inspection that will be coming up, and I'm assuming the next inspection is going to be January, February for both of those plants. So I'm trying to be proactive on that.
What is an influent meter?
It's all the flow coming into the plant. It's 1 meter versus, for instance, unit 23, it's technically 2 plants together. There's 2 outgoing meters for effluent. It basically will allow you to know what's actually coming in the plant every day, what's being treated, and then you'll see what's going out as well. Because we have multiple tanks, different processes, it stops flow, so on and so forth. So,
Questions?
You're saying you won't do that until 23 or 24?
That's when it's in the budget, isn't it?
That's what he's got
Yeah.
right now, so it won't be next year's. Right
Next year is
right now,
23.
you got it.
You got it in 23, 24. Is that where you wanted it?
I was predicting this next year, but 22, 23.
Let's move it for the time being.
Yeah.
And part of the reason for those influent meters they want to know too is because they want to look at the amount of water that your plant produced versus the amount of water that's going into your treatment plant. And then they can see how much infiltration that you have. And we get concerned with it because that's water bleeding into the system that we're paying to treat that we're not getting any revenue for. Because it's, we can't bill the customer because we're billed based on their water use.
Okay. Elementary lift station a new lift station?
Yeah, that was a total rebuild on the elementary school station. I got that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Last time we did a total rebuild, if I remember right, it was $250,000.
It's a lot smaller station, a lot less flow. So granted, it hopefully would not cost that. I wanted to reuse the pit and rebuild everything around it. We did just get it sealed. I think it should be sealed from the outside during the project as well. Valves, pumps, boxes, panels are all outdated. It's least favorite station I have to pull a pump out of, because you have to pull a 15-foot invert out with it, and you have to literally take it and run it through the cables of the boom truck to hold it up from hitting something in the head. Because if not, the moment you unbolt it, it's free. So
40 enough.
it was enough to redo the valve box on the top. Well, 40,000 of that was just for the valves up on top. So I would assume we could get it to work, but with inflation, that was a price about this year. So if we put, I had some pretty strong quotes for all of this on that project.
I was just gonna ask, was the wet well included in that, or were we reusing the wet well?
Reusing the wet well.
Okay, it's probably enough to cover it. If you're doing it 2 years from now, unfortunately, it's a crapshoot on what it's gonna do. So.
Is this a problem that needs to be addressed sooner?
The ceiling has helped. It's taken care of it. The main concern right now is the pumps and the actual inverts to the check valve system up top. It's the pumps. We don't have any backups. The actual pipe is tied into the top of the pump. So I've even priced rail systems to put in our new style pump. Just one, it's safer for the guys. It's more convenient. You don't have to pull out everything.
The system goes down, are we screwed?
Not necessarily. I wouldn't say that the backup is going to be the end all. I mean, we can hook a trash pump into it and get through and get by, but it's not.
I guess
it's
my
not the
point
end
is,
all.
should we move it up a year, is where I'm going.
And-
This is the first pet, we're gonna go over this all again.
I would like to
If
see
you
that.
think the
I would
system
like
is
to-
gonna go, we should probably address it before it goes.
Said yes.
And I will mention that the projects that I turned into the county that got rated so high, a lot of them are very similar because I asked them for generators and pump station upgrades for the 3 schools and the nursing homes. So if
Is that covered in here?
yeah, if that grant money comes through, then all this will disappear because most of it will be funded through that.
Well, you know what, to that point, you should asterisk
Yeah.
any of this that is monies that you've asked from the county that they're considering. That would be nice to see too.
And I'm also asking the FEMA people in June because that's when their mitigation grants come in. And I ran this by them at the meeting this week because one was putting pumps in again at the nursing homes and the schools. And also I did a stormwater water quality project on the guise of us improving water quality going into the preserves. But it's related for funding too to help rebuild our infrastructure.
I
So
don't know,
have-
we've been asking for a lot of money and a lot of grants and all that, and so far I've seen
$0.
zero. So hopefully it's going to change in the near future. All right, let's go forward. Equipment, utility trucks, Tacoma.
Yeah, that was bought. That's done 21, 22, and we are looking at possibly another F-250 and another Tacoma and maybe 25, 26.
We'll discuss that
Yeah.
when we do the truck situation. 800-gallon back truck. I've seen that before, haven't I?
Yeah,
It was
that's-
this year.
That's in the existing budget, and we're working on that right now.
Okay. Utility back truck on trailer.
That's a Thompson bypass pump for emergency situations to pull up and do those pump outs. And how many we have now, Joey?
We
Is that
currently have 2 4-inch pumps on trailers, but we're looking for a 6-inch pump, mainly for the master lift station. It takes a 6-inch pump there. We have an on-site. God forbid that goes down. But this also can be used for well pointing, save us some money there. It can be hooked up to any station. So it's a very versatile tool. We use ours. We get nervous when one is out because that second one might go out to follow.
What do you think?
So
Leave it for now? All right.
And that's also in that grant list that I submitted,
So that'll be asterisk next time.
right?
General replacement plan. You're asking for one more this year. Are we following that plan that we had from a year or so ago? We're following
Yeah,
that
it was 2
plan?
years.
So that was outlined there, so we're good? I can't argue with that. Anybody want to argue with that?
No.
Trailer mounted work light? What is that?
it's a diesel motor and it has I think the one I quoted was 25 feet, a light, 2 lights, halogen lights at the top. Right now, if we need power in the field in the middle of the night, we have 2 little shop lights and a generator. we throw it on the ground. Sounds good, it sounds like it works, but when I'm the one in the hole under the ground and somebody trips on that cable and that light comes down, who are we to blame at that point?
Can we give them a flashlight or something? All right.
Until we try.
We'll leave that one for now, I think, too.
Me too.
Thank you, you did a good job. Golf fund. Listen,
Mike, come on up. And this is something we sat down and worked together on.
well, the equipment replacements, we've already had a conversation on, so until we get more clarification on what's what and where's what. Well, it doesn't affect this, it affects, yeah, it does affect next year's budget. It affects your ordering, I
Yes,
understand.
sir. And a lot of, so we went through with Amanda and Chris, and there's only really 6 items on the whole package that you have on the $172,000 right now. That is basically a dollar buyout. The rest of it is all operating lease, and that's a flip lease. And there's nothing we're asking for any different besides an air fryer, another air fryer.
But the price is going up 65,000.
It's gone up considerably in the last 5 years.
When prices go up that high, just because of the nature of the beast, we do have to tighten our belts. We just don't say, okay, great, we'll give you another 65,000. And that's what I'm going to be looking to do, or I think the board will be looking to do, is to put a little bit more pressure on you on how much equipment you have, so we don't have to go to 300,000. I mean, to be honest with you, just because somebody says I'm going to raise you, it doesn't mean we go, okay, may I have another?
Right, I agree. So item for item that you have right now on that, that you have leased right now is the only thing I'm doing is what's the operating lease currently and just rolling it over. So your only other option would be to either buy that out or to replace it.
I can tell you, I mean, this is just me, I got a difficult time with 300,000, just on the surface.
Well,
I do.
I would like to sit down with you and go through it item for item and look at what you have currently and then say, what is it you don't, because all it is your greens mowers. I already took a fairway unit out. You guys had 3 fairway units. I took a fairway unit out to try to save money already. Just going with 2 fairway units.
They're taking you up, how much? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50%? Wow.
And I'm looking at this thing here, and this is the column that we made 400 and some thousand? That you just,
But you've been paying a lease every year.
well,
For
I know, but
$172,000.
I'm looking at all these costs, it's $2.6 million, and we made 400,000?
No.
I mean, that's what we just told a whole bunch of people, we made $400,000.
It's before all your operating costs.
Well, okay, I own my own business, and if I had these kind of costs, I wouldn't be making money. I'm just trying to prove the point that
The 400,000 was without capital.
I understand, I understand. I've been here, this is my 7th year. I understand. I've been complaining about it for 7 years. I mean, it's,
Okay. We need to have a further discussion on the equipment, because just because they raise you 50%,
well, yeah, and we can't keep, and I understand you need the equipment to work. I mean, that's,
That's all.
you know,
I'm not asking.
I'm not saying that you don't, but
I'm asking you to tighten your belt and use less equipment. That's what I'm asking you to do.
You can't do that.
You can't.
You
cannot.
can't say you can't without looking at it.
Ray, I've looked at it. You got 4 greens mowers. If you want to open at 7 o'clock every morning, it's not, you're going to take 2 greens mowers and you're going to mow 18 holes and you will not be able to reverse shotgun. Or shotgun at all.
I'm tired of your excuses. This is not the place to have the conversation now. I would vote no for 300,000. I'll tell you right now. If I get overvoted or outvoted or whatever you call it, that's fine. But just to accept 236 to 300, I have a very difficult time doing that. That's all. But I'd be happy to sit down with you and you can show it to me.
Yes, sir.
Golf course improvements, monuments and fixtures. 17.5. What is it?
So on that, when we have guests that play Total Run, there's not a whole lot of really good signage all the way down Columbus to direct traffic down there. So in this budget, there is, we're going to put some new monuments down there to help direct traffic to Turtle Run, plus any other fixtures or monuments that we have on the course that need to be replaced. But mainly, it's the Turtle Run from the clubhouse to, right, and then and down Columbus.
All the way down to 1 and 2.
What are you gonna,
It's the granite monuments.
where you gonna put them? Where you gonna put them?
Well, I mean, they would have to be in the certain points. One would have to be in the corner going around the district building. The other one have to be at the crossing. And then the other one would be when you get to the corner down there by 1 and 10. I mean, you could definitely go less
How long
than,
have we had it the current width?
Say that again, I didn't hear you.
How long have we had it the current width?
As long as I've been here.
What, you know?
Comments? Any other comments on this?
I always had my Rangers leave my
I'm sorry?
shotguns and people out.
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
What?
Somebody
I would not
leaves
have
them out. If you have a problem, you gotta.
Right.
I think it's aesthetically, I think it's very nice, but I don't think we're there this year.
Michael?
Excuse me?
No, I was gonna say, and that's fine. I mean, that's the whole process here. If the board doesn't feel that it's necessary, it's not necessary. That's fine.
and Craig, on yours, it doesn't have to be granite. I mean, it could be a signage, but I think aesthetically, like Bev said, in the future.
Aesthetically, yeah, granite is really nice, but the fact is, we've been operating this method for quite some time.
Mhm.
And some maybe paint on
I think,
the surface showing that turtle a little bit better
I agree.
is enough.
So
It's out.
let's take that out.
We take it out. Cart path repair.
Do you have enough?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, again, that to me is not capital. That to me is an expense of running the golf course.
I mean, if
I mean, that's just how
Right.
maybe I'm not looking at capital the right way. I mean, to
I
me,
look at capital as
I
anything
know-
over, give us a dollar figure.
Which is a good point, but I think we need, and Brian had to step out for a conference call, but I believe in the contract, it states that anything over 5,000 in our contract has to go through capital, which will be different than your regular process amongst just the district itself. But I can't say I disagree with you that I feel that could be operating, but I think it's just the dollar amount that restricts our contract. I could be wrong, but if Brian was here, he would
I can
clarify
tell you
that.
what I think about the
Anytime
contract.
it was 5,000 or 10, I would even go 10,000 needs to be capital.
I mean, I would put it,
I mean, we can do it either way.
I think it
Right.
goes in the regular expense. Don't you guys think it goes in the regular expense?
Well, obviously, we have to change something in the contract. If we're dictating anything over 5,000 as capital, then we need to.
Again, I would let Brian clarify that, but that's my understanding on it. And we can come back to that. I don't have an issue with it being
I'll
either
ask
one.
Brian when he comes back or get a clarification on it.
Okay.
I mean, it needs to be done, to Beverly's point. The cart
Exactly.
paths is an ongoing situation. I agree.
And I would say
Agree.
one other recommendation is you guys all agree that they're narrow, correct? So some of these areas, I think we need to look at doing a 6 or 8 foot versus a 4 foot. I mean, you're spending a lot of money and labor doing coquina and fixing all the corners every time.
Rip wrap. 125,000. Is this what I think it is? The rocks?
The rocks.
I mean, I think it's important. I'm sure the other guys don't.
I do too.
Huh?
You do think it's important?
Yeah.
I do too.
I'm tired of
Absolutely.
seeing it constantly repaired and
Right.
repaired.
Oh, you think it's
repaired?
Oh, we should.
So if the riprap is going to do it, then I'm fine with it.
It will. I mean, if you look where we got washed out the other day, Craig, from the storm, I mean, it was basically outside of the riprap.
Yeah.
And again, I mean,
I did like the looks of 16.
Yeah.
I think that looks really good. But I'm tired of seeing it, us constantly going over it and replacing.
we have to go back out before the rains right now and pull it back up right now. We have to fix that.
All right, so we want to leave that in for the time being?
Yes.
Deer run ice machines and cabinets.
Is that a good unit? I mean, is that a commercial? I mean, I'm so tired of listening to ladies complain, I could just scream.
The turtle ones have been working just fine.
Fabulous.
2 years
Right.
old, right?
The
We
cabinets
haven't
help
had them.
any
problem
Right.
with them at all.
Your cabinets help them though, and the way that they're facing, they're not getting the weather like number 5's getting right now. 5
Well,
gets exposed.
Move it. Face it a different way. Get a better unit.
Well, that's why we like to get the cabinets and get them up and get them protected where they're not
Okay.
getting
Right.
exposure to the elements.
I think that's.
We want to leave that in for the time being?
Yes. What are you going to do at the bag drop for 15?
That's more the backdrop area as far as, first impression. This was originally scheduled on the list for this year. That was signs, coquina. We actually do need a new backdrop. They're old and worn out, the bag stands themselves. There's the little waste bucket stuff there. They need all be replaced, but just to improve our first impression.
I think, in my opinion, there's other priorities. There are other priorities. I mean, it'd be nice to have, but, there's other things on this list that I think are more important.
Okay.
Anybody disagree?
Nope.
Turtle Run green loops.
How important is that?
Well, this morning, Craig, I tried to go out and what I'm trying to do right now is take the existing heads and put a bigger tail on them. Meaning that when the head's on the green, I'm trying to get the tail to go out further so we get a little bit more water on the slopes. So trying to keep the slopes wet right now is causing excess water on the greens. So that's the only difference that why you want the inboards and outboards is right now our slopes are really hot on turtle because of that reason. I can't put all that extra water on those greens.
You'll have black mold like you do.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think this item is the one item that you cannot take out. If you want a good golf course.
Right. I think the best example, he may know of more, but one of the best examples is 18 green turtle between the green and the cart path. Super, super dry right there. You can see the grass is hot. But in order to water the grass there around the green slope, you have to water the green too. And the green's already wet. So you're trying to balance where the water goes, and obviously you're going to take care of your green first.
Well, Tony and I had this conversation last time you asked. So Tony is the one who did your engineering for Deer. And I told Andrew the other day, because I asked him last month, where's Deer Run? Because I want to try to at least get the price on, or where's Turtle's pricing at? So we actually have a number this year, what it actually cost. And so we're in the process of trying to get a different engineer right now to do Turtle. Because Tony's just, he's got so many jobs going and he won't do it. The only other option is we could do it in-house. And that's definitely an option.
Will 55?
What does that mean?
Will this number work?
It'd be a lot, I would do it out of PVC and do it for a lot less money.
Why would we want to do that?
Why doesn't the current
We would
plan have PVC if that would work?
Well, PVC
Well, the
is important.
HDPE is, I mean, the heads, you figure you have 4 heads per green. So the whole process you're going through right now, you're paying for the engineering, you're paying for the wiring, the satellites, everything else. It's not that they can't be done in-house. I promise you.
How much
that.
would it cost if we did it in-house?
I mean, I can get the pricing from Andrew.
But, okay. With everything that's on your platter right now, you'd have time to go ahead and do that too?
Not right now, Craig. No, sir. This winter, I absolutely could. I mean, but we're busy at that time.
In fiscal year 22, 23, you feel you could do that?
I could do 9 holes a year, I promise you that. I could start the process and save you money.
Oh, I'd like to see that. Could you do it, no offense now, don't take offense, could you do it as well as this bid here?
This bit here is with HDPE. Keep in mind, the HDPE, there's no joints anymore. It's a sealed system, just like what you guys did last time. The problem that Mondragon did for you guys last time, and I don't know whether, I'm sure you guys have walked around the greens enough, they put the wrong valves in. So the valves are really high right now. They're too high. So that's an issue. All those valves are going to be lowered during this irrigation project on Deer Run. So, but yes, I could, I mean, if it was me, I would do the PVC. If to try to save you all money right now, I would do the PVC loops.
All right, how about this? How about you come back at the next capital meeting and give us a price for each 9
For in-house.
in-house?
All right.
And we'll entertain that.
And when you can start, and give us a time frame.
Well, we'll go just for a year.
Well, I don't think you can do it this year. It's gotta
No,
be-
no,
it's gotta be 1
2020,
year
we
out.
start 22, 23, one will be 9, and 23, 24 will be the other 9.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the way I'm thinking it's gonna have to be.
That's
You
fine.
just tie in the loops and do the tubes.
Driving range mat, that one we've kind of been pushing around.
I don't either.
That one, that's the one we pushed forward again
All
from
we
this
do is
summer.
You want to hit off, you guys use the driving range? It's necessary. I'm telling you. It's
So-
hitting off dirt. It was early December and it was all dirt on the
So-
right-hand side.
Right, so,
It was.
and before you decide on that, to Ray's point, so we have a mat, if you're looking downrange, it's on the left side. The mat is on the left side. So if we take the grass and put it over in front of the mat, then the mat's not usable. Right. So in this instance, what we would do is you'd be able to have the mat, a second mat on the other side. So then you could flip flop and they would both be usable at the same time, all the time. That would
The
be
mats?
the mat and the grass.
We don't use the grass on the left-hand side correctly now.
Correct. Because if we did that, then you couldn't use the mat.
The
You can't-
idea,
you would-
the
you-
idea when we bought the mat was you use the grass in front of it, and then when you get to the point that you're done and it hasn't replaced itself or regrown, then you go to the mats. That was why we did it. So we had a place, when it was all dirt, we had a place to go to until the dirt became grass again, which we have never done the correct way.
I would put the mat in, just mainly so.
But that's how we should use the grass and the mats. That was the idea behind it.
Or use your grass for your special events, or use it on your member days. I mean, and use your mats, I mean, the tournaments should use.
The mat, if you do practice, I will tell you, the mat early December, that right-hand side was all dirt.
It's beat to death.
And a lot of people, it's just not right.
So you want to put one mat on one side and one mat on?
We already have the one
Okay.
We got one
and
on
then
one
you're
side.
gonna Put the other one on the other end?
on the other side, correct.
Because at that time, when you get rid of the chipping area and stuff, then it won't matter. And then when you have your minor league tours and your other tours here, then you won't have to worry about hitting the balls into the maintenance facility either.
Okay,
Let's leave it in for the first pass.
okay.
Okay?
And I'm working with X-Grass right now, the guys who put your mat in last time, and trying to work the pricing on it right now to get an actual number on it. And he's actually sending us the piece to fix the current mat.
Okay.
Okay. Clubhouse and bathroom painting.
You skipped range picker, unless
Oh,
we're just
range
talking.
picker.
Right.
I'm sorry. Range picker, 2025, 15,000.
So that's just kind of a placeholder, kind of looking ahead in the future. And as we get closer to that, if we could push it, we could. But the current range picker, when I had the team evaluate it, they told me that's the approximate lifespan that it would be is 25, 26.
That's fine.
Okay.
Clubhouse and bathroom painting. I'm sorry.
I noticed we talked about the collars being too high and therefore holding the water in, and you talked about using the large roller to try to see if you can get it to come down. But also when Trim was here, he talked about this machine.
The brace
to
mower.
cut them down.
Right.
Brace mowing, yeah.
Was he able to get it
Where are
to
we
you?
at as far as getting one of those? And is it something that we should have in the equipment in a specific year so that we have it available to purchase?
I don't know if we use it enough, was it?
Well, there's there's a couple of different ways. You guys have a verticutter back there that has little usage. So when I go and do the airification this year, I'm going to take the verticutter around the collars and try to get them down as well. So last week when I punched the collars, I actually took the street roller, the Vibra roller, and took them down and actually got some of them. I know it's hard to notice right now, but some of them did go small. They shrunk. 9 I got down quite a bit. So I think we can go to specific spots where we have these water dams on the greens and address those. A phrase mower is going to run you about $60,000. Is it?
You can't rent those.
I'm trying to find one to rent right now. I've called 3 of my friends and tried to get them. They don't have them, but they said there's getting more and more interest for people to start doing the phrase mowing, especially on the other golf courses. And I've heard people go through with sod cutters and just cut them off with the sod cutters and dress them and bring them back just as well. If worse comes,
True doesn't have any.
they do have one. It's in Naples. We'd have to go get it. We could. I mean, do me a favor though, please go look at the process on YouTube and make sure that you're good with it before I do it.
What does that mean?
Because when they're really aggressive, Ray, when you get them, it's going to be, I mean, it's going to be scalped down. It's going to be 3 or 4 inches lower than what it is currently. And that's what they do. They take out all the high spots. They phrase mow greens when when they're getting ready to renovate them. But they'll take out all the high spots. It'll probably take it down 6 or 8 inches.
I don't want to tell you how to take care of the course.
I'm not saying that. I want you to look at the process.
You were the ones that brought it up.
It would be awesome to do it. I'm telling you, because it would help you sheet flow better. It'd definitely help it. I just want you to look at the process, Craig, and make sure that you guys are good with it. So I don't freak you out when you see it. I don't think Jeff would have a problem bringing me the phrase mower.
Okay. I think you got to his point, and I've said it before, it's your course. It's got to be the way we want it to be. Otherwise, it won't be your course.
I just want you to look at the process, Ray. That's all I'm asking.
I don't care about.
It's gonna be ugly, guys.
Huh?
It's gonna be ugly.
But if that's causing all of the other
Exactly.
issues, then
Exactly.
I want it fixed. I don't want what happened this year. I don't want it to happen again. Period.
I agree.
And if that's what it takes, then I'm gonna have to live with it for 2 months while it comes back.
And that's all it is. And in Florida, it can be 6 weeks. I mean, depending on our rain and stuff.
We definitely need your support when we do that, for sure.
Let him do it.
I'll do it. That's fine.
Fix the course.
Yes, sir.
Okay, clubhouse and bathroom painting, 40,000. This was kind of my idea. I guess.
So that includes the clubhouse, the cart barn, and the 4 bathrooms on the golf course.
When I made an early tour a couple months ago, I went and I walked with these guys and I looked at the clubhouse and I said, damn, this building is so filthy. You guys got to clean it up, power wash it, do something. And they said, well, you know what happens if we power wash it? And of course I said, no, I don't know what you're talking about. We'll take all the paint off and you're going to have to repaint it. So we were between a rock and a hard place. Do you power wash it and repaint it, or you just repaint it? You know, stop kidding yourself and have the building repainted. And I guess it's the original paint, is it not?
Yes.
Which makes it 10 or 11 years old at this point?
I know it's 12 because I just did a 12
years old?
I just did a 12 year.
So I said to Mike, I said, okay, or I said to both Mike and Jimmy, I said, let's get a price to repaint it. And then I looked at the blue columns that we have, and I said, if we're going to repaint it, we might as well replace those columns with something a little bit more updated, because it is our clubhouse. And people, they should get a good feeling and see a good-looking clubhouse when you come into the restaurant. So that was what my intention was, and this is the pricing they've come back with.
And that's on the high side.
Right, and we also included the concrete entrances to both the back room by the ice machine back there and the front entrance, the actual concrete that's painted, that's included in there too.
And the back patio.
And yes, that is right, currently unpainted, the back patio.
So-
I have no problem with this, and
Yeah.
I don't think it needs to be discussed. I think we just need to stamp it.
Anybody disagree with doing this? This is not a golf thing, it's more of a district thing.
I just question whether you gave them 40,000.
Well,
It's a restaurant thing, it is, isn't it?
yeah.
Okay. That
I
will
think
add
we
to
need
the
do whole
restaurant cost.
25,000.
So we're good on the first pass on that. That brings us to the banquet room partition, which we pushed from this past year for 55,000. I assume we're still looking at that on the first pass.
Yes,
And that brings us to the pro shop remodel for 15,000.
definitely yes. Because it's not right.
What are you going to be able to?
He's
You can't make it
So
bigger.
we're trying to increase, the main idea here is we're trying to increase some area where we can add more soft goods, which is basically clothing. So the idea is to, and it's not really to take the windows out, but we're going to kind of create more area on the wall so we can add, slat wall, and we can waterfall, some clothing in the pro shop. If we need to replace some fixtures in there, we will. I think most of them are really okay. We might help try to fix some lighting in there because it's kind of dark. Just trying to bring it to life. Right. And I mean, it is really cluttered in there.
I know Beverly said yes. Mike, you got anything?
No, I just confused about the whole situation, but it's another 1.2 million next year. That's all I gotta say.
No,
I mean,
No, and that's totally understandable. I mean, this is the first go at this. We could, if projects are going to come out, they come out. We understand that.
I mean, I have no complaints. It's the way it's been. It's the way it's gonna be, I guess, so. I do have, though, I've been watching, do you guys have enough help? I mean, enough people? Because I've noticed in the past that the district helps a lot. And is it because you don't have enough people? Or do you think the district is working for Indigo?
I'm not sure any individual instance you're talking to, they don't help us with anything that we do operating wise.
Mhm.
If it comes to a repair of some sort,
Yeah.
I don't have somebody with the skill set to do some of those
Yeah,
situations.
but doesn't that have to come out of your budget and you have to fix it?
We can, I
I
mean.
know it's different because Mike is gone now over
Right.
there and things are gonna be run different.
They still help.
Yeah.
Correct. But also all the money comes out of the same pocket. I mean, I could spend 2,000 to outsource it to somebody else, or the district could help us and we could do it for a better cost. I feel it's more efficient that way. They've been super happy to help us with, it's not like it's every day. I mean, they help us with stuff, and like I said.
Well, I'm just hoping you have enough people to do what you gotta do. And
I think it's the most efficient way to do it. I mean, we're all basically on the same team anyway.
Well, yeah,
we try
we
to help
are,
each other
but it's budget wise, it looks a little different, Because I'm trying to get true cost of what's going on. That's all I really care about. And,
Sure, I don't.
And we don't get that, It's just something to look at and work on. I mean, I'm not looking, I mean, just, you guys have a totally separate budget. And that's what you need to do is, now if the district can help you or you can help the district, I guess that's fine. But not to count on each other, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you do, but, when you do, like, I know the banquet room didn't Sun Lake people help you out a lot in there and put all the lights in and all that?
Absolutely.
I mean, it didn't show up on your budget. It's Sun Lake people.
Sure. They did put some labor to it. And if, in that instance, if the board would so do that, I'd be happy to, they send me a bill every month. If they billed me for their labor, I'm happy to do that. I mean, we're just swapping it over on the paper.
Right.
You're 100% correct, though.
Yeah.
They did help us do that. But again, I don't have anybody. I mean, I have golf guys, restaurant guys, and guys that cut grass. I don't have anybody that does electricity or that sort of stuff.
Well, I'm just saying, when you budget something, you put 11,000 for the draperies and the stuff in there or whatever it was. Was that with the mind that the Sun and Lake people were gonna do it, or were you gonna pay for that?
Well, we also, if you look at the line below that was the furniture, and that was something that the board had asked me to do during the COVID time. So that original budget was 20,000 or so, and we ended up moving some money out. So we had, in order to finish the actual project, we had to figure out how to do it in-house to get that done. But originally it was not necessarily in-house.
Yeah, and that was done, I'm sure, by Mike, right? Those umbrellas, I think I saw him out there directing traffic. Okay, I just wanted to bring that up. It just,
Okay. Any other, that kind of gets us through the list.
The last thing.
Oh, I missed the gazebo. I apologize.
Yeah, we did miss the gazebo.
That's what I said. It kind of got us through the list.
So this is something that's, I mean, and again, it's out there, so we have time to discuss it, but this is just something that's come up several times. I put it back on the list.
Mr. Norcross's gazebo is out.
That's fine. I'm fine with that.
When you get the weddings up to a decent amount, if we ever do get to that point, we can certainly have a conversation on getting a gazebo.
I mean,
when things were good, we had 12 weddings at most.
I think we're doing probably at least that this year. We got one tomorrow. Using the one.
12 doesn't rate a gazebo.
And that's fine. There is one more item on there, is the kitchen equipment contingency. Kind of in the past, I would just do my best guess as far as equipment that I've been putting money into of when we needed to replace it. I think it's most efficient that we just kind of earmark. I mean, I think 10's probably decent. I mean, there might be a piece of equipment in there that would be more than that.
Not in capital. It's an expense.
Correct. But again, all this equipment's over $5,000. Under the contract, I don't have authorization to do that. I still need board approval.
Figure out where you want to put it. I'm not putting it in capital.
Well,
Any
we
other
have
questions?
that, answer that question.
It's answering the same question.
Yes. If it's over $5,000, then it has to go in capital according to our contract.
We need to amend the contract.
Okay.
Which we should do anyway. Sorry.
Sounds like we're gonna have to get back to you on that. We're gonna review it and we'll let you know what the contract says and again, I don't have an issue with it either way.
It hasn't been in the capital yet. Why all of a sudden now is it an issue?
Well, we've always put individual equipment in the capital. So originally when this was done, like there would be, if I need a new oven, there'd be an oven, a big ice machine. But the problem is that if I say I'm going to replace an oven next year and the oven's still good next year, why replace it? I'm guessing when this equipment's going to go out and I give it, I do the best I can, but at least this way, say I have an oven go out, I could come to you and say, hey, I need an oven tomorrow, and then you can approve it at that time, and then we just get it done when it's.
Get back to us on it, but I can tell you, well, get back to us on it. We'll leave it at that. Anything else on budgets? Any other questions? I do have one favor for you. When you present your budget next, whatever your next meeting is, I'd like to have a clarification on marshals and starters, what exactly your plans are, what do they do, what do you expect of them, how often do they work? I'd like to know a little bit more about it because I'm not comfortable with what I've seen out there to this point. So if you could get a little bit of explanation, I would appreciate it.
So we use marshals a little more this year than I think we may have previously. So are you saying you'd like to see more or less?
I'd like to know what they're doing. They drive around and wave.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how the rest of you would feel about this, but I would like to see if we could open up the snack shack, eliminate the deer club, deer run cart, only have a cart on turbo, and have that open during, especially during season.
Yeah, I mean, we've done that in the past.
You know, the best way to open it. I agree with opening it. You've got to switch the nines on deer.
We can do that too.
That's what you got to do. That's one way to get
That's
it
the
done.
way it was.
I'm just saying, if you switch the nines on deer, then people making the turn at deer are right at the snack shop, right in the middle of their round.
That's right.
What more do you want? The signature hole doesn't have to be the last
I
hole. It could
don't
still, it could
disagree.
be hole number 7, or hole number 5.
Nine's a way better finishing hole.
Well, last time I brought it up to you guys,
There will be cost to change, but I mean, it's doable.
so I understand this card, there's a cost, but to me, if you want to use the shack, that's the way to do it.
Because long term, I see if we could get rid of the scrub jay stuff in the preserve, but where that shelter is right now would be a perfect place for it in that particular area for a restaurant and a snack shack, and do the same thing over there. Eliminate the carts. That's long term, because I know how much, because right now they're saying it's got, what was it? $200,000.
Yeah. It was 100.
It was, yeah, no, it was definitely the 200.
So, I mean, but that's where my long-term vision is, but I definitely like to see. Until such time as they get rid of the scrub jay portion, you're not going to be able to meet their needs. Because there's no reason why we couldn't have it in a couple of different areas right there around 110.
And really, the only cost first is switching the nines or your golf scorecard.
I'll have to look at the monuments on the course too.
Yeah.
The big cost is the cart.
I think they went to that because of, I think we'll be, I'd have to go review that.
Yeah, review that and
Scorecards, yes, would be the number one.
Is the biggest problem.
Couple thousand.
Right.
Mhm.
But I think to me, that would make much more sense. If I'm making the turn and there's a hot dog place right
I'm
there,
having hot dogs.
I'm going to get a hot dog. I am. If I'm making the turn and it's closed, I keep going.
I'm fine with it, yeah.
So,
I mean, just because I go around, if I knew it was open, I'd go over there.
yeah. All right. Any questions for these gentlemen? Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. You'll get back to us on the capital situation. Any comments from anybody else? We're adjourned.
And the meeting's over at 1:59 PM.